It looked like an ordinary can of pesticide, but inside was something that changed the course of human history forever. A substance so deadly, it turned air itself into a weapon of mass death. This is not just history. It is a chilling reminder of how science, greed, and hatred collided in one of the darkest chapters of mankind. Welcome to Historic Feed, where we bring you stories that history tried to bury, stories that still echo in our world today. In this series, we will uncover the haunting journey of Zyklon B, how a simple chemical designed to protect became a weapon of unimaginable horror. Each episode will guide you step by step, not just through facts, but through the choices, the voices, and the chilling consequences that still matter today. If you find these stories as important as we do, please consider subscribing to Historic Feed. It really helps us keep history alive and bring you more content like this. If you enjoyed this video, give it a gentle like. It tells us that you want more of these deep dives into history's most hidden corners. And finally, I'd love to know, where are you watching from? Drop a comment below with your country or city. I always love seeing how far these stories reach around the world. Now let's begin. Chapter 1: Origins of a Substance. From Industry to Infamy. In the story of the 20th century, certain substances, inventions, and ideas carry with them a weight far heavier than their material form should suggest. Zyklon B is one of them. It did not emerge out of thin air, nor was it created for sinister purposes at the beginning. It began, in fact, in the laboratories and factories of a country struggling with economic hardship, scientific ambition, and political instability. To understand how a simple chemical compound could become one of history's most infamous tools, we must travel back to Germany in the years after the First World War, a nation burdened with loss, debt, and a restless population seeking both survival and revival. At the end of the First World War in 1918, Germany was a nation on its knees. The Treaty of Versailles, signed in 1919, imposed strict military restrictions, vast financial reparations, and territorial losses. Millions of young men had been killed, industries were disrupted, and food shortages plagued the civilian population. Out of this climate of desperation, however, came a surge in scientific and industrial innovation. German chemistry, in particular, had long been admired across the world. Companies such as BASF, Bayer, Hoechst, and De Gesche formed the backbone of what was known as IG Farben, the chemical conglomerate that would later become notorious for its links to the Nazi regime. But at first, these companies were simply struggling to stay afloat, and their scientists were focused on practical applications that could keep the economy alive. It was in this context that research into cyanide-based pesticides intensified. Farming in Germany faced enormous challenges after the war. Food was scarce, storage was difficult, and pests thrived in grain silos, warehouses, and transport facilities. Traditional methods of pest control were inadequate for the scale of the problem. Chemical solutions were seen as modern, efficient, and promising. Hydrogen cyanide, known for its lethal properties in high concentrations, also proved to be an effective insecticide. It could kill lice, fleas, beetles, and other pests that contaminated food stores. Yet hydrogen cyanide had drawbacks. It evaporated quickly, was difficult to transport safely, and posed severe risks to human handlers. Scientists sought a way to stabilize and control it, to make it more manageable and useful. The breakthrough came in the early 1920s. A team of chemists developed a method of binding hydrogen cyanide to an inert carrier, essentially absorbing it into pellets that could release the gas slowly when exposed to air. This product was marketed under the name Zyklon. The name itself was not sinister. It simply meant cyclone, a word meant to evoke speed and effectiveness. The first version, Zyklon A, was used mainly as a pesticide and fumigant, but it was unstable and difficult to regulate, so scientists refined it further. The improved version, Zyklon B, was born at first. Zyklon B seemed like a triumph of applied science. It could be shipped safely in sealed canisters, stored for long periods, and used in carefully measured doses. When opened, the pellets released hydrogen cyanide gas, which dispersed rapidly and effectively killed insects and rodents in enclosed spaces. Warehouses, ships, and even clothing could be treated. It was marketed as a modern solution to an age-old problem, the protection of food supplies and human health from infestation. In fact, Zyklon B was used in public health campaigns to control lice, which were carriers of typhus, a disease that had devastated populations during the war. The chemical had legitimate, even beneficial applications. In an age before antibiotics and advanced medical treatments, controlling disease-carrying insects was a matter of life and death. Towns and villages saw fumigation as a modern safeguard. Factories and grain depots adopted Zyklon B as an efficient tool. For those who encountered it in this context, it was not a substance of fear, but of progress. It represented the confidence of science to solve real-world problems. Yet history often shows us how tools, once celebrated, can be repurposed for darker ends. The same qualities that made Zyklon B effective as a pesticide, its efficiency, its ability to disperse in enclosed spaces, and its lethality, would later make it attractive to those who sought not to preserve life, but to end it on an industrial scale, but to jump ahead would miss the slower unfolding of events. To truly understand Zyklon B's journey from chemical innovation to weapon of atrocity, we must look more deeply at its makers, the social environment in which it was developed, and the economic and political pressures that shaped its early history. The scientists who created Zyklon B did not initially imagine it would one day be tied forever to one of humanity's darkest crimes. In their laboratories, they thought in terms of formulas, stability, and market potential. They thought about the grain beetle, the flea, the rat. They worked to solve problems that governments and industries demanded solutions for. And at that stage, their work was celebrated, not condemned. Still, even in these early days, the dual nature of the substance could be glimpsed. Hydrogen cyanide had long been known as a poison to humans as well as insects. Strict warnings were printed on Zyklon B canisters. Special training was required for its use. Workers had to wear protective masks and follow strict safety protocols. Accidents could and did occur, and people died when exposed to the gas without protection. The line between pest control and human danger was thin, always present, and easily crossed. As the 1920s progressed, Germany faced continued upheaval. The hyperinflation crisis of 1923 wiped out savings, ruined businesses, and destabilized society. Amid this turmoil, companies sought stability wherever they could find it. Products like Zyklon B provided a steady income stream, as pest control remained an ongoing necessity. Farmers, traders, and governments needed it, and companies delivered. Digesh, the firm most associated with Zyklon B, marketed it vigorously, presenting it as modern science's answer to age-old problems. Few could have predicted, in those years, the path history would take. Yet in hindsight, we can see how the infrastructure of production, distribution, and expertise surrounding Zyklon B laid the groundwork for its later use. A chemical created to protect food and health was already normalized, already present in warehouses and supply chains, already a familiar name in both industry and government contracts. The conditions for its darker transformation were slowly taking shape. Even if no one yet imagined the scale of what was to come, by the end of the 1920s, Zyklon B had established itself as a staple of pest control in Germany and beyond. It was effective, profitable, and trusted by those who used it. Yet the same country that produced it was also undergoing profound political changes. Economic instability, resentment over the Treaty of Versailles, and the growing appeal of extremist movements were beginning to shift the nation's course. Within little more than a decade, the very qualities that made Zyklon B a scientific achievement would be repurposed into a tool of mechanized death, forever staining its name in history. And so, the story of Zyklon B begins not in secrecy or horror, but in laboratories, warehouses, and farms. It begins as a tale of science solving problems, of industry finding profit, and of a struggling nation searching for stability. Yet woven into this beginning are the seeds of infamy, waiting for the right combination of political power, ideology, and cruelty to transform a pesticide into a symbol of humanity's capacity for destruction. If Part A gave us the birth of Zyklon B in the realm of chemistry and pest control, Part B carries us deeper into the environment that allowed this seemingly neutral product to shift, over time, into an object of dread. This is not yet the story of its use in the camps. That comes later, but rather the expansion of its role in German society, the structures that enabled its widespread presence, and the quiet normalization of a chemical that balanced on the edge between science and poison. To understand this stage, one must look at the German chemical industry itself. Long before the First World War, German chemists had been world leaders. From synthetic dyes to fertilizers, from pharmaceuticals to explosives, German laboratories had built a reputation for brilliance and precision. When the war ended, this legacy did not vanish. In fact, the restrictions imposed on the German military meant that chemical companies redirected much of their energy from weapons research to commercial products. This redirection carried with it a strange continuity. Knowledge of gases once studied for battle could now be turned to controlling pests in peacetime. The line between the two applications was not as distant as one might imagine. Companies like DGESH, short for Deutsche Gesellschaft für Schadlingsbekämpfung, or the German Corporation for Pest Control, stood at the center of this effort. Formed in 1919, DGESH specialized in fumigation technologies. Its scientists refined hydrogen cyanide delivery systems, seeking to make them safe enough for commercial use while keeping them deadly against insects. They introduced warning agents, substances meant to give off a strong odor so that humans would be alerted before dangerous concentrations built up. The aim, at least officially, was protection and safety. Workers had to be trained, detailed manuals were issued, and protective equipment was recommended. The wider society saw these developments as progress. The early 20th century had been marked by devastating epidemics of typhus, cholera, and other insect-borne diseases. Public health authorities, especially in cities and ports, faced enormous challenges. Ships arriving from abroad carried not only cargo but also rats and lice, which in turn carried disease. Fumigation campaigns became essential, and Zyklon B, packaged neatly in metal canisters with easily dispersible pellets, quickly gained a reputation as one of the most efficient solutions. Entire warehouses could be cleared of pests in hours. Clothing infested with lice could be treated and returned safe for use. Railway cars, barracks, and even public buildings were subject to fumigation procedures. These uses were not secret. They were reported in trade journals, health bulletins, and company advertisements. Zyklon B was portrayed as a symbol of modern hygiene, an ally of cleanliness and health. Few paused to reflect on the fact that its active ingredient was just as deadly to humans as to insects. For those involved, it was a matter of dosage and control, not of moral reflection, The distribution network of Zyklon B also expanded steadily. By the mid-1920s, it was being sold not only across Germany, but also to other countries in Europe. Shipping firms used it for transoceanic journeys. Grain exporters relied on it to protect cargo from infestation. Military garrisons, though forbidden from stockpiling offensive gases, could use it for barracks fumigation. Its presence became ordinary, its name familiar. Each canister carried warnings, each shipment required permits, but no one thought of it as anything more than a specialized but valuable commodity. Meanwhile, Germany itself was undergoing dramatic political and economic swings. The collapse of the currency in 1923, followed by years of fragile recovery, created cycles of instability. By the late 1920s, the world economic crisis triggered by the Wall Street crash only deepened the country's struggles. In times of uncertainty, public health measures became even more urgent. Diseases spread more quickly among the poor and displaced, and fumigation campaigns often targeted refugee shelters, prisons, and migrant housing. Once again, Zyklon B was there, used as a modern, scientific remedy to keep contagion under control. It is worth pausing here to consider the irony. At this stage, Zyklon B was marketed as a protector of human life, a barrier against deadly disease. Authorities who deployed it believed they were safeguarding populations. The scientists who produced it promoted it as an achievement of chemical knowledge in service of society. Yet the very efficiency that made it invaluable in this role was what would later make it a perfect instrument of mechanized death. The same pellets that seeped into cracks of warehouses to kill pests would one day seep into sealed rooms built for human beings. The transition was not immediate, but the conditions were quietly aligning. The late 1920s and early 1930s also saw the rise of extremist political movements in Germany. The National Socialist German Workers' Party, or Nazi Party, grew from a fringe group into a powerful force by exploiting economic despair and nationalist anger. Their ideology emphasized racial purity, anti-Semitism, and authoritarian control. In their worldview, pests were not just insects, but people, groups they considered undesirable. This language of dehumanization, likening human beings to vermin or disease carriers, would later make the psychological leap from fumigating warehouses to cleansing populations far easier. Zyklon B itself did not change. What changed was the meaning attached to it. By the time Adolf Hitler came to power in 1933, Zyklon B was already widely distributed, well-known, and trusted in both industry and public health. Its producers had perfected supply chains, established contracts, and trained personnel. The infrastructure was in place. What had once been a tool of science was now poised, in a shifting political climate, to be redefined. In reflecting on this early history, one must resist the temptation to impose hindsight too strongly. The chemists of Dagesh were not plotting genocide in the 1920s. The dock workers who unloaded canisters were not preparing them for mass killings. The farmers who used Zyklon B to protect their harvests were not thinking of concentration camps. Yet all were part of a system that created, normalized, and distributed a substance whose potential for harm was always present. History often unfolds in this way, not through sudden inventions of evil, but through gradual repurposings of ordinary tools. As the 1930s advanced, the alignment of science, industry, and politics would transform Zyklon B's reputation forever. What had begun in laboratories as a response to food shortages and public health needs would, within a decade, be deployed for purposes its inventors had not publicly imagined. The product remained chemically the same, but its context changed utterly. And with that shift, it entered the darkest chapter of human history. Thus, the origins of Zyklon B remind us of a sobering truth. Tools themselves are not born good or evil. It is the choices of societies, governments, and individuals that shape their use. A pesticide became a weapon of mass death not because of its formula, but because of the ideology and decisions that directed it. In this sense, the story of Zyklon B is not just about chemistry. It is about the fragile line between progress and destruction, and how easily that line can be crossed when science serves power rather than humanity. The first chapter of this narrative closes, then, not with the gas chambers, but with the silent canisters stacked in warehouses, shipped across borders, and opened in fields and factories. They stand as symbols of possibility, possibility for good, and possibility for horror. In the next stages of our journey, we will see how that possibility was seized, distorted, and unleashed, forever altering the legacy of what began as a tool of science. Chapter 2: Science and Chemistry. What Zyklon B actually was. When one hears the name Zyklon B today, the imagination immediately leaps to the horrors of its later use. Yet before we arrive there, it is necessary to step back and look at the substance itself, stripped for a moment of its history, and examined through the lens of chemistry. For at its core, Zyklon B was not a mysterious or exotic creation, but a controlled form of hydrogen cyanide, one of the simplest organic compounds known to science. Understanding its properties, its behavior, and its handling is key to grasping how a product designed for fumigation could be repurposed into something that carried such devastating consequences. Hydrogen cyanide, also known by the chemical formula HCN, is a colorless liquid at room temperature. It has a faint, bitter almond-like smell, though not everyone can detect it due to genetic differences in olfactory receptors. The liquid boils at just above 25 degrees Celsius, meaning that at slightly warmer temperatures it easily turns into a vapor. This volatility makes it both useful and dangerous. In the air, hydrogen cyanide disperses rapidly, filling enclosed spaces and acting on living organisms that breathe it in. Chemically, hydrogen cyanide is simple. One carbon atom, one nitrogen atom, and one hydrogen atom linked together form a molecule that is deceptively small and light. But this small molecule carries within it a deadly mechanism. It interferes with cellular respiration, the process by which cells use oxygen to produce energy. Specifically, hydrogen cyanide binds to an enzyme called cytochrome C oxidase, which plays a crucial role in the electron transport chain inside mitochondria. When this enzyme is blocked, oxygen can no longer be used by the cell, even if plenty of oxygen is present in the bloodstream. Effectively, the body suffocates at the cellular level. Victims exposed to high concentrations of hydrogen cyanide lose consciousness quickly, and death can follow within minutes. This lethal property had been known for centuries. Cyanide compounds occur naturally in certain plants, such as bitter almonds and cassava, and their poisonous effects were recorded as far back as antiquity. By the 18th and 19th centuries, chemists had isolated hydrogen cyanide in pure form and recognized both its dangers and its industrial potential. It was used in mining to extract precious metals, in metallurgy, and in chemical synthesis. But it was also notorious for its role in accidental poisonings and, occasionally, deliberate ones. By the early 20th century, German chemists sought to harness hydrogen cyanide for pest control. Insects, like humans, rely on cellular respiration, and the gas proved devastatingly effective against them. Ships, warehouses, and storage silos could be fumigated, and infestations that once destroyed entire harvests could be eliminated. The challenge, however, was controlling the substance. Hydrogen cyanide is highly flammable, extremely toxic, and difficult to transport safely. In liquid form, it requires sealed, pressurized containers. in gas form, it disperses too rapidly to be practical for large-scale fumigation. The innovation behind Zyklon B lay in solving this problem. German chemists developed a method of absorbing liquid hydrogen cyanide into a porous carrier material, such as small pellets or granules. These pellets were then sealed in airtight metal canisters. When the canister was opened, the pellets were exposed to air and began releasing hydrogen cyanide gas slowly over the course of hours. This made fumigation practical and relatively safe, so long as proper precautions were observed that further enhanced safety. Additives were included in Zyklon B. A warning agent, typically a strong-smelling irritant such as ethyl bromoacetate, was mixed in to alert humans before dangerous concentrations accumulated. This was considered essential, since hydrogen cyanide itself could be hard to detect by smell for some individuals. The intent was that anyone accidentally exposed would be driven away by the odor before succumbing to the poison. The canisters of Zyklon B were designed with usability in mind. Typically, they contained pellets that could be scattered on the floor of a sealed space or poured into small openings. As the pellets released gas, fumigators would monitor the process, ensuring that the correct dosage was achieved. After treatment, the space would be ventilated thoroughly, sometimes with the aid of fans or pumps, until the air was deemed safe. The canisters were then resealed, and any remaining pellets could be stored for future use. In scientific terms, the process seemed straightforward. A volatile liquid stabilized in a carrier, released upon contact with air, doing its job against insects, and then dissipating. In practical terms, however, it required careful handling. Accidents did occur, with fumigators or bystanders overcome by gas due to improper ventilation or failure to detect leaks. Reports from the 1920s and 1930s document such incidents, though they were generally treated as occupational hazards rather than moral crises. The chemical was dangerous, yes, but so were many industrial chemicals. With training and respect, it could be managed. It is important here to consider how ordinary the substance seemed in its intended context. To a chemist, hydrogen cyanide was simply another compound, with properties to be studied and harnessed. To an industrialist, Zyklon B was a marketable product, filling a niche in the growing field of pest control. To a warehouse manager or farmer, it was a tool no different in principle from pesticides or fumigants still used today. None of these actors, in the 1920s, thought of it as anything other than a technical solution to a practical problem, and yet, built into its very chemistry was a potential that went beyond pests. Its efficiency, its lethality in confined spaces, its rapid action, all these made it a substance that, under different circumstances, could be turned against people. In this sense, the science of Zyklon B cannot be separated from its later history. Its molecular simplicity became, in human hands, a vehicle for one of history's most complex atrocities. Still, to understand how that transformation took place, we must not only look at the chemical but also the structures of knowledge, production, and authority that surrounded it. The chemical itself did not change between fumigating a warehouse and being used in a camp. What changed was the intent, the ideology, and the scale. And in this lies the haunting lesson of Zyklon B. That science, in isolation, is neutral, but when married to power, it can take on meanings its creators never foresaw. At this point in the story, Zyklon B remained what it was designed to be, a controlled release system for hydrogen cyanide, marketed for pest control, considered a triumph of chemical engineering. Its properties were well documented, its instructions printed in manuals, its dangers acknowledged but managed. It was a scientific product of its time, shaped by the needs of agriculture, trade, and public health. Its darker reputation lay still in the future, waiting for the circumstances that would strip away warning agents, strip away protective measures, and turn the gas loose on human beings. To deepen our understanding of Zyklon B, it helps to look more closely at its journey through the world of applied science. While it is easy to think of it today only as a sinister artifact, in the early years, it was part of a much larger chemical landscape, one where the boundaries between helpful and harmful were often blurred. The chemistry of hydrogen cyanide, its production, and its use as Zyklon B tie into a wider history of how societies embraced chemical solutions to some of their most pressing problems. The manufacture of hydrogen cyanide itself was well established by the time Zyklon B came into existence. The most common method involved reacting methane or other hydrocarbons with ammonia in the presence of oxygen and a catalyst, producing hydrogen cyanide as a gas. This gas could then be cooled and condensed into liquid form or absorbed directly into carrier materials. German chemical companies, especially those grouped under the powerful umbrella of IG Farben, had both the expertise and the infrastructure to carry out such production on a large scale. In fact, these same companies had been heavily involved in the manufacture of chemical weapons during the First World War, where gases such as chlorine and phosgene had been unleashed on battlefields. After the war, international treaties restricted the development of such weapons, but the chemical plants and knowledge did not simply vanish. Instead, they were redirected toward civilian applications. Zyklon B fit perfectly into this pattern. It took a compound once feared as a weapon and reshaped it into something that could be marketed as useful and modern. The process reflected a broader theme in the interwar years: the chemical domestication of substances that had once been associated with destruction. Fertilizers were one example, derived from processes that had also produced explosives. Dyes and synthetic materials emerged from the same laboratories that had supplied militaries. In this sense, Zyklon B was not unique. It was part of a scientific culture that believed chemistry could serve both war and peace, depending on the circumstances. The physical form of Zyklon B was as important as its chemical content. By binding hydrogen cyanide to inert carriers, small pellets made of substances such as diatomaceous earth or gypsum, the chemists solved a series of practical problems. First, the danger of leakage during transport was reduced. Second, the slow-release mechanism allowed fumigators to control the dosage more effectively. Third, storage became easier, as the pellets could remain stable in sealed canisters for months without significant loss of potency. Each canister was carefully labeled, typically with stark warnings and instructions for use, reflecting both the recognition of its danger and the confidence that danger could be managed. One fascinating aspect of Zyklon B's design was the use of warning agents. Since hydrogen cyanide gas can be difficult for many people to detect, estimates suggest that a significant portion of the population cannot smell it at all. Dagesh included strong-smelling additives that served as sensory alarms. This feature highlights the dual identity of Zyklon B: deadly if misused, but controllable if handled correctly. It was not intended to be a silent poison. On the contrary, its creators wanted users to be alerted if concentrations became unsafe. This makes the later removal of warning agents under Nazi directives all the more chilling, as it represented a deliberate decision to strip away safety in pursuit of deadly efficiency. The instructions for using Zyklon B were detailed and precise. Fumigators were trained to calculate the volume of the space to be treated, the temperature, and the level of infestation. Dosages varied depending on whether the target was lice, beetles, or rodents. Typically, spaces would be sealed tightly before pellets were introduced. After several hours, When the fumigation period was complete, the area would be ventilated thoroughly. Only after tests confirmed that the gas had dissipated would people be allowed to re-enter. Masks, gloves, and sometimes full protective suits were recommended during application. These procedures reflected an industrial mindset. Dangerous substances could be useful, so long as they were managed with discipline and precision. From a chemical perspective, hydrogen cyanide's action on living organisms was remarkably efficient. It did not discriminate between species. Insects, rodents, and humans were all vulnerable because the underlying biology of cellular respiration is shared across the animal kingdom. This universality is what made it so effective as a pesticide, and later, so devastating in other contexts. It is a stark reminder of how thin the line can be between scientific utility and human tragedy. Zyklon B's effectiveness also depended on environmental factors. Temperature played a major role, since hydrogen cyanide evaporates more quickly at warmer conditions. Ventilation mattered as well. In tightly sealed spaces, the gas built up to lethal concentrations, while in drafty environments it dispersed too quickly to be effective. Fumigators had to account for these variables, adjusting their methods accordingly. These technical considerations were part of everyday practice, discussed in manuals and training sessions, long before anyone thought of the chemical as part of mass killing. Another important element of Zyklon B's history lies in perception. To those who used it in warehouses, farms, and ships, it was associated with hygiene, safety, and modernization. The language of cleansing was not sinister but sanitary, protecting grain from weevils, preventing disease outbreaks, ensuring food security. Advertisements highlighted these benefits, often using images of healthy crops, tidy storerooms, and contented families. The darker potential of the substance remained hidden, overshadowed by its marketed image as a scientific advance. Yet the very chemistry that made Zyklon B reliable for its intended use also meant it could be weaponized with little modification. Its release mechanism, its volatility, its lethality in confined spaces, all were features that required no redesign to be applied in new contexts. This is what makes Zyklon B such a haunting symbol. Unlike other tools of atrocity that required complex engineering, Zyklon B was already, in essence, complete. All that was required was a shift in intention. In thinking about Zyklon B's chemistry, it becomes clear how tightly bound science is to ethics. Molecules themselves are neutral, they have no morality. Hydrogen cyanide does not care whether it is killing beetles in a granary or suffocating a human being. What matters is how human beings choose to direct the substance, what social and political frameworks shape its application, and what safeguards, or violations, accompany its use. This lesson resonates far beyond Zyklon B. Every technology, from nuclear energy to artificial intelligence, holds within it a spectrum of possibilities, from constructive to destructive. The case of Zyklon B is a sobering reminder of how easily that spectrum can tip toward catastrophe when ideology overrides humanity. By the early 1930s, Zyklon B had become a well-established product, its chemical properties well understood, its uses routine. Chemists regarded it as a technical achievement, public health officials as a practical solution, and industries as a profitable commodity. Yet in retrospect, one cannot examine its chemistry without also seeing the shadow of what was to come. The very precision and efficiency that made it a marvel of applied science would soon be redirected, not by the molecules themselves, but by the human systems that wielded them. Thus, the chemistry of Zyklon B is more than a scientific topic. It is a chapter in the story of how knowledge can be harnessed for multiple purposes, how a neutral formula can become entangled in moral horror, and how the thin line between progress and destruction can be crossed in the blink of an historical moment. In understanding its science, we understand not only what Zyklon B was, but also how fragile the boundary is between a substance that protects and a substance that destroys. Chapter 3: Germany Between the Wars, Seeds of a Dark Future. To understand how a substance like Zyklon B could pass from warehouses and grain silos into the machinery of a state, one must first understand the soil in which that state took root. The period between the end of the First World War in 1918 and the outbreak of the Second World War in 1939 is one of the most turbulent stretches in modern history, and Germany stood at its very center. This was a nation struggling with defeat, humiliated by peace treaties, haunted by economic collapse, and fractured by political strife. In that atmosphere, the tools of modern science and industry were gradually entangled with ideologies that redefined their purpose. The Armistice of November 1918 brought relief from 4 years of devastating war, but it also marked the beginning of deep humiliation for Germany. The Treaty of Versailles, signed in June 1919, imposed punitive conditions, vast reparations payments, territorial losses, and restrictions on the military. Article 231, known as the War Guilt Clause, placed full blame for the conflict on Germany, fueling a sense of national grievance. For ordinary Germans, the treaty meant more than wounded pride. It meant daily hardship. Territories lost to neighboring countries cut into resources and trade routes, while reparations strained an already fragile economy. The political system that emerged in this environment was the Weimar Republic, a parliamentary democracy established in 1919. At its best moments, the Weimar Republic was vibrant, fostering cultural innovation, scientific progress, and social reform. But at its worst moments, it was fragile, riven with factionalism, and constantly under attack from extremists on both the left and the right. Street battles between rival political groups were common, assassinations punctuated the headlines, and governments fell with alarming frequency. Trust in institutions eroded as instability became the norm. Economically, Germany faced catastrophe. The early 1920s saw hyperinflation of almost unimaginable scale. In 1923, the value of the German mark collapsed so completely that workers were paid in wheelbarrows of banknotes, and savings accounts evaporated overnight. A loaf of bread that had cost a few marks before the war suddenly cost millions. For the middle class, the effect was devastating. Years of careful saving were erased, and resentment grew against both domestic leaders and foreign powers. Although the currency was eventually stabilized with the introduction of the Rentenmark and later the Reichsmark, the psychological scars of hyperinflation lingered, feeding a widespread distrust of the Weimar system. At the same time, Germany's society bore deep wounds from the war itself. Millions of veterans returned home disillusioned, wounded, or unemployed. They carried with them memories of trench warfare, gas attacks, and relentless loss. Many felt betrayed by the civilian leadership that had signed the armistice, giving rise to the so-called stab in the back myth, the idea that Germany had not truly been defeated on the battlefield, but rather betrayed by politicians, socialists, and Jews on the home front. This myth became fertile ground for nationalist propaganda in the years to come. The 1920s, however, were not entirely bleak. With international loans and agreements such as the Dawes Plan of 1924, Germany experienced a period of relative stability and prosperity known as the Golden Twenties. Berlin flourished as a center of culture, art, and science. Cabaret theaters, modernist architecture, and avant-garde movements symbolized a society experimenting with new freedoms. Scientific research thrived, with German universities producing groundbreaking work in physics, chemistry, and medicine. It was during this period that industrial products like Zyklon B gained traction, marketed as symbols of modern progress. To many, the Weimar years promised renewal, but this stability was fragile. When the Wall Street crash of 1929 sent shockwaves through the global economy, Germany was hit especially hard. The American loans that had supported the Weimar recovery were suddenly withdrawn, leading to mass unemployment, widespread poverty, and renewed instability. Factories closed, farmers struggled, and millions of Germans found themselves without work or security. The optimism of the Golden Twenties evaporated almost overnight, replaced by despair and anger that it was in this crucible of hardship that extremist political movements gained momentum. The Communist Party promised revolution on the model of Soviet Russia. The National Socialist German Workers' Party, or Nazi Party, promised a restoration of national pride, the overturning of the Treaty of Versailles, and the creation of a racially defined people's community. Both movements drew energy from desperation, but it was the Nazis who ultimately capitalized most effectively on the climate of crisis. The Nazis were skilled at propaganda, framing themselves as defenders of ordinary Germans against both external enemies and internal traitors. Their language often used metaphors of disease and infestation. Jews, Roma, political dissidents, and others were portrayed as parasitic forces threatening the health of the nation. This dehumanizing rhetoric did not emerge in a vacuum. It resonated in a society already accustomed to thinking of public health in terms of hygiene and cleansing, where products like Zyklon B symbolized the fight against invisible dangers. The leap from fumigating lice to imagining cleansing populations was, tragically, not a leap at all, but a gradual slide. By the early 1930s, the Weimar Republic was on the brink of collapse. Unemployment soared past 6 million, hunger was widespread, and faith in democratic institutions had all but vanished. The Nazis, under the leadership of Adolf Hitler, positioned themselves as the only force capable of restoring order, dignity, and prosperity. Their rise was not inevitable, but the conditions of the interwar years made it increasingly likely. When Hitler was appointed chancellor in January 1933, the seeds planted during years of humiliation, crisis, and propaganda were ready to sprout into something far darker. Amid all this turmoil, Zyklon B remained what it had been, a chemical product manufactured, sold, and used for pest control. Its existence was not remarkable in itself, but in the broader context of German society, its presence as a trusted, normalized tool of cleansing and protection was quietly significant. When the Nazi regime took power and began to reshape the meaning of words like hygiene and purity, Zyklon B was already there, established, available, and waiting to be reinterpreted under a new and brutal ideology. Thus, the story of Germany between the wars is not just the story of political upheaval or economic collapse. It is also the story of how ordinary tools, ordinary products, and ordinary ideas could be swept into extraordinary and catastrophic purposes. The instability of the Weimar years created an environment where promises of strength and purity found eager audiences. In such an atmosphere, the path from laboratory innovation to historical infamy began to take shape, not in a single moment, but through years of despair, disillusionment, and the search for answers. The story of Germany between the two world wars is often told through the lens of politics and economics, but culture and ideology were just as decisive. To see how an industrial chemical could become a weapon of mass destruction, we must look at the deeper currents of thought, prejudice, and fear that coursed through German society in those decades. It was not enough for the country to be poor, humiliated, or unstable. It was also primed by long traditions of exclusionary thinking, pseudoscience, and nationalism. Together, these forces created the soil in which Zyklon B would one day be sown into an altogether different harvest. One key current was the language of hygiene. Public health had been a growing concern in Europe since the 19th century, when cholera epidemics and typhus outbreaks ravaged urban populations. Germany, with its strong scientific tradition, was at the forefront of hygiene movements. Doctors, scientists, and reformers spoke of society as a body that needed to be kept healthy. Clean water, proper sewage, vaccinations, and pest control were promoted as ways of defending the population against invisible threats. This language was not in itself sinister. Indeed, it saved lives. But it carried with it metaphors that could be turned toward dangerous ends. If a society was like a body, then disease was not merely medical. It could be political, social, or racial. And if pests and germs threatened health, then so too could certain groups of people be imagined as infestations to be removed. This way of thinking found fertile ground in eugenics, a movement that gained traction internationally in the early 20th century. Eugenics argued that human populations could and should be improved by controlling reproduction. The strong should be encouraged to multiply, while the weak should be prevented from doing so. These ideas were not confined to Germany. They appeared in Britain, the United States, Scandinavia, and elsewhere. But in Germany, they fused with nationalist and racial ideologies in particularly dangerous ways. Scholars and politicians began to speak of racial hygiene, the cleansing of the German body from elements deemed inferior or degenerate. In this intellectual climate, the metaphors of pest control and disease eradication blurred ominously into policies aimed at human beings. Alongside eugenics came anti-Semitism, a prejudice with deep roots in European history. Jews in Germany had achieved significant levels of integration and success by the late 19th century, but they also faced persistent stereotypes and hostility. After Germany's defeat in World War I, anti-Semitic narratives intensified. Jews were falsely accused of profiting from the war, of undermining the nation, of being disloyal. The stab in the back myth often singled out Jews as the supposed betrayers who had robbed Germany of victory. Though baseless, such accusations gained power in times of crisis. By the 1920s and 1930s, anti-Semitic propaganda had become increasingly widespread, preparing the ground for even harsher policies once the Nazis took power. Another strand of thought shaping the era was technocratic faith in science and industry. Despite the turmoil of the Weimar Republic, Germany remained a leader in chemical, mechanical, and electrical innovation. Ordinary people had seen science deliver miracles, new medicines, faster transportation, and more abundant food supplies. There was a belief that modern problems could be solved by modern technology. Zyklon B itself fit this narrative perfectly, a clean, scientific solution to pest infestation and disease. But this same faith in science, when coupled with authoritarian politics, made it easier to accept technological solutions to human problems as well. If a pesticide could cleanse a warehouse, why not use similar methods to cleanse society? The conceptual leap was chillingly small. Culturally, the Weimar Republic was a paradox. On one hand, it was a time of remarkable creativity. Films by Fritz Lang, paintings by the Bauhaus School, daring new architecture and literature. On the other hand, it was a time of deep polarization. Conservative Germans looked at the nightlife of Berlin, the cabaret culture, the sexual freedoms, and the avant-garde art with disgust. They saw decadence, corruption, and a betrayal of traditional values. For them, The Republic was not a symbol of progress, but of decay. Political extremists exploited this cultural divide, presenting themselves as forces of moral renewal. This moral narrative dovetailed with the Nazis' rhetoric of cleansing. They promised not only to restore Germany's political and economic strength, but also to purify its culture. The idea of purification, removing what was corrupt, unclean, or foreign, was central to their message. In this way, metaphors of sanitation and pest control moved seamlessly from the realm of science into the realm of ideology. What had once been a way of speaking about germs and insects was now applied to human beings. The Great Depression further sharpened these dynamics. Unemployment bred despair, and despair made scapegoats more appealing. It was easier to blame enemies, communists, Jews, foreigners, than to accept the randomness of economic collapse. The Nazis, with their disciplined organization, striking symbols, and emotional speeches, offered a narrative that made sense of suffering. They framed Germany's problems not as abstract global crises, but as the work of enemies within. The language of infestation, cleansing, and purification became more than metaphor. It became political doctrine. It is here, in this convergence of ideas, that Zyklon B's later role becomes thinkable. By the early 1930s, German society had been conditioned to see cleansing as not only desirable but essential. Public health campaigns had normalized the fumigation of barracks, trains, and clothing. Eugenic theories had legitimized the idea that some lives were less valuable than others. Anti-Semitism had painted entire communities as dangerous parasites. And a faith in science had taught people that technical solutions could solve even the most intractable problems. When these strands were woven together under the authority of a totalitarian state, the path toward industrialized killing was laid. As Adolf Hitler consolidated power after 1933, these seeds sprouted rapidly. Laws restricting the rights of Jews, sterilization programs aimed at the disabled, and propaganda campaigns against degeneracy all prepared the way. The transition from rhetoric to policy was swift and brutal. Yet it is important to see how ordinary the foundations of this transformation seemed at the time. Chemicals for pest control, policies for public health, theories of biological improvement. All these have been presented as rational, even progressive. Only in hindsight do we see the shadow they cast. Thus, the Germany of the interwar years was not simply a land of chaos stumbling blindly into catastrophe. It was a society in which science, culture, politics, and prejudice interacted in ways that made the unthinkable slowly thinkable. Zyklon B did not change in its formula between 1920 and 1940. What changed was the meaning imposed upon it, the context in which it was used, and the ideology that redefined its purpose. The seeds of that redefinition were planted in the years between the wars, nurtured by fear, despair, and a dangerous faith in purification. In this sense, the interwar period is not just background to the story of Zyklon B. It is its prelude. Without the hyperinflation, the humiliation of Versailles, the allure of eugenics, and the rise of dehumanizing propaganda, Zyklon B might have remained what it was meant to be, a pesticide, nothing more. Instead, it became a symbol of how science, industry, and ideology can converge in ways that forever alter the course of history. Chapter 4, From Pesticide to Policy: How an Ordinary Product Became a Tool of the State. The transformation of Zyklon B from a mundane pesticide into an instrument of state power did not happen overnight. It was the product of gradual shifts in policy, ideology, and circumstance, each step seeming rational or ordinary on its own, but together leading to an outcome that would later shock the world. To understand this transformation, We must follow the path from laboratories and warehouses into government offices, and from public health campaigns into the policies of the Nazi state. In the early 1920s, when Dagesh and its affiliates marketed Zyklon B, its uses were straightforward. Warehouses filled with grain needed protection from weevils. Ships and trains required fumigation to prevent the spread of pests and diseases. Barracks and prisons, often overcrowded, were breeding grounds for lice carrying typhus. These were serious problems, and in an age when antibiotics were still primitive, prevention was the best defense. Zyklon B was part of that defense. It was efficient, relatively cheap, and easy to apply by trained workers. Public health officials praised it as a modern solution to age-old problems. The turning point came with the rise of the Nazi regime in 1933. Adolf Hitler and his party were obsessed with ideas of racial hygiene and national purity. From their perspective, the health of the German people was not just a matter of medicine, but of politics and ideology. The language of cleansing, already familiar from hygiene campaigns, now entered the realm of governance. In speeches, propaganda, and policies, the Nazis presented themselves as doctors of the national body, tasked with removing sickness, corruption, and impurity. It was not difficult for them to extend these metaphors from bacteria and lice to human communities they deemed undesirable. The early years of Nazi rule saw the enactment of laws that aligned with this ideology. The law for the prevention of hereditarily diseased offspring in 1933 authorized the sterilization of individuals deemed unfit to reproduce. This was presented not as cruelty, but as public health, an extension of the same logic that called for fumigating barracks or sterilizing surgical instruments. Ordinary Germans, already accustomed to the language of hygiene, often found such policies plausible. In this climate, products like Zyklon B gained new symbolic significance. They represented the scientific tools by which a nation could be cleansed. At first, the state's use of Zyklon B remained within the realm of public health. Typhus outbreaks, particularly in areas where populations were confined or displaced, demanded action. Nazi officials ordered the delousing of prisons, camps, and border facilities. Trains carrying refugees or prisoners were fumigated to prevent the spread of lice. In these operations, Zyklon B was indispensable. Workers in protective gear released the pellets, sealed the spaces, and then aired them out hours later. Officially, these actions were framed as humanitarian, protecting both the German population and the people being transported. Yet beneath this official narrative, a deeper logic was emerging. The idea that entire groups of people were themselves equivalent to infestations, that controlling them required the same methods as eradicating vermin. The rhetoric of propaganda reinforced this logic. Nazi posters and films routinely depicted Jews, Roma, and other marginalized groups as parasites, spreading disease and corruption. Cartoons showed them as rats or insects. Public speeches echoed the language of pest control. By the mid-1930s, millions of Germans had absorbed the metaphor that certain populations were not merely different but dangerous, contaminating the health of the nation. This framing was crucial, for it meant that when chemicals like Zyklon B were later used in far darker ways, they were not perceived as wholly alien or unimaginable. They were consistent with years of propaganda and public messaging. Another factor in Zyklon B's shift from commerce to policy was the close relationship between industry and the state. The German chemical sector was among the most advanced in the world, led by conglomerates like IG Farben. These firms produced dyes, fertilizers, pharmaceuticals, and pesticides, fueling both the economy and the ambitions of the state. Under the Nazis, the boundary between private enterprise and government policy blurred. Companies supplied the regime not only with products but with expertise, technology, and logistical support. Contracts were lucrative, and alignment with Nazi goals often ensured survival or expansion in a controlled economy. Zyklon B, as a product of this industrial ecosystem, was caught up in the machinery of state policy almost automatically. By the late 1930s, Europe was on the brink of war. With the annexation of Austria and the Sudetenland, followed by the invasion of Poland, millions of new people fell under German control. Many of them were Jews, Poles, and other groups already targeted by Nazi ideology. To manage these populations, the regime established ghettos and camps, where overcrowding and poor sanitation created perfect conditions for disease outbreaks. Typhus in particular became a constant threat. In these settings, Zyklon B was again deployed for fumigation. Officially, the goal was to protect guards, soldiers, and surrounding communities from infection. But in practice, these measures reinforced the association between marginalized populations and the idea of contamination. The very act of herding people into spaces that then required fumigation made the metaphor of infestation a lived reality. The war accelerated everything. As German forces occupied vast territories, the problem of managing populations became immense. The Nazi state increasingly thought in terms of efficiency, logistics, and systems. Just as railways were optimized to move troops and supplies, policies were optimized to control and exploit people. In this context, Zyklon B was no longer just a commodity. It was an element of a larger apparatus of control. The same product that fumigated barracks was now part of the infrastructure of occupation and confinement. It is important to recognize that at this stage, Zyklon B was still not being used for mass killing. Its official role remained pest control, but the ideological groundwork had been laid. The product was integrated into state systems, and the mental leap from fumigating lice to treating human beings as lice had already been encouraged by propaganda. The line between metaphor and policy was growing dangerously thin. The true shift, the moment when Zyklon B crossed from pesticide to weapon, would come in the early 1940s, during the implementation of what the Nazis called the final solution. But by then, much of the preparatory work had already been done. Policies of sterilization, propaganda of infestation, industrial cooperation, and wartime expansion had set the stage. Zyklon B was ready to be redefined not because its chemistry had changed, but because its social and political meaning had been transformed. By the outbreak of the Second World War in 1939, the infrastructure of control in Nazi Germany had expanded enormously. Camps multiplied, ghettos were sealed, and populations across occupied Europe were subjected to a vast system of registration, restriction, and confinement. Within this apparatus, Zyklon B continued to appear as a seemingly mundane tool of hygiene. Fumigation squads became a common presence, moving through trains, barracks, warehouses, and even schools in occupied territories. The chemical was never far from the daily workings of the state. Yet it was in these very practical uses that its transformation gained momentum, almost unnoticed by those handling it. When German forces entered Poland, they encountered chaotic conditions. Cities were overcrowded, infrastructure was crumbling, and waves of displaced people moved restlessly across the land. Disease, especially typhus, surged. For Nazi officials, already primed to view certain populations as unclean, this seemed to confirm their prejudices. They interpreted epidemics not as a consequence of war and displacement, but as proof of racial difference. Jews in ghettos, Polish peasants, and Roma communities were described in official reports as carriers of filth and contagion. This mindset created a strange loop. The harsher the confinement and neglect, the worse the health conditions became, and the worse the conditions, the stronger the supposed justification for persecution. Zyklon B, marketed as a modern remedy for such crises, was called upon with increasing regularity. At first, the orders were simple. Railway cars transporting forced laborers were fumigated. Clothing warehouses and ghettos were treated. Barracks filled with prisoners underwent regular disinfection. But within the bureaucracies that oversaw these operations, a change in tone was taking place. Reports began to describe not just the elimination of lice, but the protection of German personnel from populations portrayed as inherently dangerous. In other words, the chemical was being reframed, not as something that safeguarded everyone equally, but as a barrier that protected one group from another. It was in this subtle distinction that the seeds of its later misuse were planted. The officials responsible for camp hygiene were often medical doctors or administrators trained in public health. Many had once worked in ordinary civilian settings, fighting real outbreaks of disease. In the camps, however, their roles shifted. Hygiene became less about saving lives and more about maintaining order, productivity, and the appearance of efficiency. The same doctors who once vaccinated children or advised towns on sanitation now signed orders for fumigations in camps where malnutrition and overcrowding were policy, not accident. Zyklon B became, in their hands, a bureaucratic tool, a line item on a requisition form, a routine measure in the maintenance of a camp. It was within this framework that the first experiments with Zyklon B on human beings took place. Historians differ on the exact moment of transition, but evidence suggests that as early as 1941, small-scale tests were conducted in Auschwitz. The camp, initially intended as a prison for political detainees, had grown rapidly and was plagued by typhus outbreaks. Prisoners were confined in conditions that made disease inevitable, and authorities searched for solutions. Standard delousing procedures were already in place. Clothing was fumigated, hair was shaved, and prisoners were sprayed with disinfectants. Yet these measures did little to prevent the waves of sickness caused by starvation and poor sanitation. It was in this desperate and dehumanized environment that the idea emerged to test Zyklon B beyond its intended use. The logic of the test was disturbingly simple. If Zyklon B could kill lice in clothing, could it not also kill the source of the infestation as defined by Nazi ideology? That is, the people themselves? This was not a leap of chemistry, but of thought, shaped by years of propaganda equating human beings with parasites. Witnesses later recalled that the first experiments were conducted in sealed rooms or basements, with a small group of prisoners exposed to the gas. The results were, of course, lethal. The test demonstrated what the chemical could do when applied directly to human beings in a controlled environment. What is chilling is how quickly this step was absorbed into the bureaucratic machinery. Reports from these early experiments did not frame the act as moral transgression. Instead, they described technical details, dosage, ventilation times, effectiveness. The language was clinical, detached, the same tone used to report on fumigation of railway cars. The bureaucrats and scientists involved spoke as though they were solving a technical problem, not redefining the boundary of what was permissible. Meanwhile, Zyklon B suppliers continued to receive orders. Dagesh and its distributors sold the product in increasing quantities, often with little knowledge of its ultimate application. Contracts were processed, invoices were paid, deliveries were made to camps. In the beginning, these were still framed as hygiene orders, requests for delousing operations. But as the experiments expanded and became policy, the scale of shipments grew. Companies asked few questions. Some employees likely suspected or even knew what was happening, but most chose not to confront it. For them, Zyklon B remained a product, a line of business. The evolution of Zyklon B's role highlights one of the most unsettling aspects of the system: how ordinary structures of commerce and administration can adapt to extraordinary cruelty. No single official declared overnight that a pesticide would become an instrument of mass death. Instead, each step seemed incremental. A doctor ordered fumigation to prevent typhus. An administrator reported on its effectiveness. A researcher tested a new application. A company filled an order. At no point did any single action appear in isolation to announce the enormity of what was being constructed. It was only when all these pieces came together, propaganda, bureaucracy, industry, ideology, that Zyklon B's identity shifted fully from pesticide to policy. WWII 1942. This transformation was complete. The final solution, the Nazi plan for the systematic extermination of Europe's Jewish population, had been formally launched. Camps were restructured with facilities designed not just for detention, but for killing. Zyklon B, with its crystalline pellets and delayed release of hydrogen cyanide gas, was judged an effective method. It was cheap, produced domestically, easy to transport, and already integrated into the logistics of camp management. What had once been marketed to farmers and warehouse managers as a safeguard against pests was now deployed as part of one of history's darkest systems of destruction. The story of Zyklon B's transformation is not only about chemistry or policy. It is about how societies can normalize the abnormal, how words like hygiene and protection can be twisted into justifications for cruelty. It is about how products designed for ordinary use can be reimagined when ideology redefines who is worthy of protection and who is not. And it is about how, in the end, no chemical, no tool, no system exists in isolation from the values of those who wield it. The chilling lesson is that the shift from pesticide to policy required no change in the product itself. Only the way people thought about it changed. And in that change lay the difference between life and death. Chapter 5. The Rise of the Camps, a system designed for control. When the National Socialist regime consolidated power in Germany, one of its most enduring legacies was the creation of a camp system unlike anything Europe had previously seen. These camps were not accidents of war, nor temporary measures, but deliberate instruments of policy, envisioned even in the early years of Hitler's rule. They served as laboratories of control where ideology, bureaucracy, and violence intersected. Understanding the rise of this system is essential to understanding how Zyklon B eventually became central to it. The first camps, established shortly after 1933, were small and improvised. They appeared in repurposed buildings, old factories, schools, or even hastily fenced areas of open land. Their initial purpose was political suppression. Communists, social democrats, trade unionists, and anyone suspected of opposing the new regime were rounded up and detained. These early camps were chaotic, run by local paramilitary groups such as the SA, and conditions varied widely. Yet they shared a core principle. The state now claimed the right to detain people indefinitely without trial. In that principle lay the seed of a system that would grow to monstrous proportions as the SS under Heinrich Himmler gained ascendancy. The camp system was reorganized. By the mid-1930s, the SS had seized direct control, establishing a centralized structure for administration and management. Camps like Dachau became models. Here, rules were standardized, uniforms were introduced, guard training was systematized, and a bureaucratic framework was created. In official documents, the camps were referred to not as sites of punishment, but as places of re-education, protective custody, or preventive detention. These euphemisms masked the violence within, portraying brutality as rational policy. The rise of the camps coincided with the Nazis' growing obsession with purity and order. The camps were never only about isolating enemies. They were about reshaping society. Prisoners were categorized not only by political affiliation but also by race, religion, sexuality, and social standing. Colored badges marked them: red for political prisoners, green for criminals, pink for homosexuals, black for so-called asocials, and, increasingly, yellow for Jews. These badges functioned as a visual code, reinforcing hierarchy and division, while reminding prisoners daily of their perceived status in the Nazi worldview. It is crucial to understand that the camps were not just physical spaces of confinement, but also ideological spaces. They embodied the worldview of a regime that saw entire categories of people as lesser or dangerous. The architecture of the camps reflected this ideology. Rows of barracks, barbed wire fences, watchtowers, and strict routines reduced individuals to numbers and schedules. Roll calls lasted for hours, forcing prisoners to stand in freezing weather. Work details were assigned not merely to extract labor, but to exhaust and humiliate. The camp was a machine designed to strip people of individuality and break their sense of agency. As the system expanded, so too did its geography. By the outbreak of war in 1939, camps existed across Germany and annexed territories. Some were labor camps, supplying industries with cheap, expendable workers. Others were transit camps, holding areas for deportations. Still others, like Buchenwald or Sachsenhausen, combined multiple functions. This diversification was intentional. Camps became nodes in a wider network of exploitation and control. The war radically accelerated this growth. With the conquest of Poland, new camps were built to manage the massive influx of prisoners. Polish intellectuals, clergy, and community leaders, alongside Jewish populations forced into ghettos. When Germany invaded the Soviet Union in 1941, the camp system spread further east. Captured Red Army soldiers were confined under appalling conditions, leading to mass deaths. Each new camp represented a further step in normalizing the idea that entire groups could be contained, controlled, and ultimately discarded. Within this system, hygiene and disease control became central themes. The overcrowding, starvation, and neglect that characterized camp life produced frequent outbreaks of typhus, dysentery, and other illnesses. These outbreaks threatened not only prisoners, but also guards and administrators. As a result, hygiene departments were established within the camps, often staffed by SS doctors and medical personnel. It was here that Zyklon B entered the picture in an officially sanctioned way. Initially, it was introduced for delousing clothing and fumigating barracks, ordinary, bureaucratic tasks framed as health measures. But even at this early stage, its presence symbolized the intersection of science, commerce, and ideology that defined the camps. The prisoners experienced Zyklon B first as a routine part of life in confinement. Clothing was taken from them and fumigated. Barracks were cleared for treatment. The chemical was feared because of its pungent odor and the secrecy surrounding its use, yet it was not initially associated with direct harm to human life. For most, it was one more humiliation among many. They stood in lines, stripped, surrendered their belongings, and waited for their clothes to return. The camp administration viewed this as a matter of efficiency. Controlling parasites meant reducing disease, which in turn kept prisoners fit enough for labor. In this sense, the gas was woven seamlessly into the machinery of exploitation. But the structure of the camp system made it possible for tools of hygiene to transform into tools of destruction. The same barbed wire fences and sealed barracks that contained prisoners also provided the infrastructure for containing experiments in mass killing. The bureaucracy that recorded doses of fumigant for clothing could easily record doses for special actions. The guards who once supervised fumigation could just as easily supervise something more sinister. In this way, the rise of the camp system laid the groundwork for Zyklon B's darker role. The story of the camps is therefore not separate from the story of Zyklon B, but deeply entangled with it. The chemical was not an anomaly, introduced from outside. It was part of the camp system's logic, a logic that valued efficiency, control, and the appearance of rational management even in the midst of cruelty. The rise of the camps created an environment in which the unthinkable could be reframed as routine. Once established, this environment made the leap from fumigation to extermination tragically small. The expansion of the camp system was not merely about geography or numbers. It was about normalizing a worldview. Each new camp reinforced the idea that some people could be deprived of rights, dignity, and even life itself without consequence. Each roll call, each transfer, each shipment of Zyklon B was a small cog in a machine whose ultimate purpose was destruction. By the early 1940s, that purpose had become unmistakable. The rise of the camps was complete, and Zyklon B, already present, was poised to play a role far more terrible than anyone outside those walls could yet imagine. The rhythm of camp life was relentless. Each day began before dawn with roll call, known as appel. Prisoners were forced to line up in rows regardless of weather, whether in freezing snow, driving rain, or the sweltering heat of summer. The counting was not simply administrative. It was a ritual of domination. Guards took hours to register every prisoner, ensuring not only accuracy, but also a constant reminder of helplessness. Those who collapsed during roll call were beaten or dragged away, a visible warning to others. For the administration, the camp was a meticulously managed environment, but for those inside, it was a theater of degradation. The workday that followed was grueling. Camps were organized into labor details, known as commandos. Some prisoners were sent to quarries, where they hauled heavy stones with little food or rest. Others worked in armament factories, building weapons for the German war machine. Still others were assigned to camp construction, endlessly expanding the infrastructure of confinement. Work was both practical and punitive. It provided output for the economy, but it was also deliberately exhausting, a slow attrition that wore prisoners down. The SS referred to it cynically as extermination through labor, a phrase that reveals how productivity and destruction became inseparable. Amid this machinery of exploitation, the camp administration prided itself on orderliness. Records were kept with obsessive precision. Prisoners were numbered, their movements tracked, their deaths recorded in ledgers. This bureaucratic facade gave the camps an appearance of efficiency, even legitimacy. To outside observers, the existence of such records might have suggested that rules were being followed. Yet behind every number was a human being reduced to a statistic, and behind every ledger entry lay a life stripped away. The very act of recording became part of the dehumanization. Within this system, the role of medicine was especially paradoxical. SS doctors supervised selections, decided who was fit to work, and who was to be removed from the rolls. They conducted pseudoscientific experiments on prisoners, testing endurance, reactions to drugs, or resistance to extreme cold. At the same time, they presided over hygiene departments tasked with controlling outbreaks of lice and typhus. It was here that Zyklon B was increasingly used. For the SS, there was no contradiction in using a chemical to preserve labor power in one context and to annihilate life in another. Both uses were justified by the same logic. serving the needs of the regime. Zyklon B itself was delivered in distinctive metal canisters, sealed to prevent accidental release. Inside were pellets that released hydrogen cyanide gas when exposed to air. In its original industrial use, the gas was intended to fumigate warehouses or kill insects. In the camps, the same properties made it an efficient delousing agent. Clothing was stripped from prisoners, placed in sealed chambers, and exposed to the gas. The process killed lice and other pests that carried disease, reducing the spread of typhus. To camp administrators, this was a matter of simple practicality. To prisoners, however, it was another layer of humiliation, one more procedure in a system that treated them as objects rather than human beings. The gradual normalization of Zyklon B within the camps cannot be overstated. Once a substance becomes part of routine operations, its presence ceases to seem extraordinary. Guards, doctors, and administrators grew accustomed to handling it, ordering it, recording its use. The sight of canisters in storerooms, the smell of its bitter almond odor, the knowledge of its potency, all became unremarkable. This normalization was a crucial step. It blurred the line between practical fumigation and something far more sinister. When the decision was made to use Zyklon B directly on human beings, the transition required no new supply chains, no new bureaucratic structures, no new training. Everything was already in place. The camp system itself was a web of complicity. Guards at the watchtowers may never have handled Zyklon B, but they enforced the environment in which it could be used. Clerks in the offices may never have opened a canister, but they filed the paperwork that ordered shipments. Industrial firms produced and sold the chemical, often knowing full well where it was going. In this way, the entire machinery of camp life was implicated. The camps functioned not because of isolated acts of brutality, but because thousands of ordinary actions, counting, recording, delivering, guarding, were coordinated toward a single end. The expansion eastward during the war magnified this system. Camps in occupied Poland, such as Auschwitz, Majdanek, and Treblinka, were not only detention sites but also key nodes in a vast project of racial policy. Unlike earlier camps, these new ones were designed with extermination as a central feature. Rail lines were built to bring in deportees. Facilities were constructed to process massive numbers of people. And here, Zyklon B found its most infamous application. What had begun as a fumigant for clothing was transformed into a weapon of unprecedented scale. But this transformation did not happen in a vacuum. It was made possible by the culture of the camps themselves. The normalization of cruelty, the routinization of violence, the bureaucratic mindset that reduced people to categories, all of these prepared the ground. Once human beings were defined as vermin or parasites, the leap from delousing clothing to delousing people was a horrifyingly small one. Zyklon B, in this sense, was not just a chemical. It was a symbol of how ordinary tools, once embedded in a dehumanizing system, could become instruments of destruction. The rise of the camps, therefore, cannot be told as a story of architecture alone or of guards and prisoners. It must also be told as a story of ideas. Ideas about order, purity, efficiency, and control. These ideas animated the system and gave it its peculiar character. To the outside world, the camps were shrouded in secrecy, hidden behind barbed wire and propaganda. But to those inside, they were unmistakable evidence of what happens when ideology becomes policy and when policy becomes daily routine. Zyklon B was the logical product of that environment. That by the early 1940s, the camp system had reached maturity. It spanned the continent, housed hundreds of thousands of prisoners, and consumed enormous resources. It was both a site of economic exploitation and a tool of social engineering. And in its routines, in the roll calls, the labor details, the hygiene procedures, it contained the seeds of mass killing. Zyklon B, introduced as a practical solution to lice infestations, was waiting in storerooms across occupied Europe. Its future role, though not yet revealed to the world, was already inscribed in the very structure of the camps. Chapter 6. First Experiments. Early uses of Zyklon B. When Zyklon B was first introduced into the concentration camp environment, it was not initially intended for the annihilation of human beings. As already noted, it had been used for fumigation, killing lice, bedbugs, and other parasites that threatened to spread typhus. By the late 1930s, epidemics of typhus were common in overcrowded camps, and controlling them became a matter of both health and military priority. Yet, in the ideological atmosphere of the regime, disease was never just a biological issue. It was also interpreted metaphorically. Entire groups of people were likened to pests, and in this linguistic shift, the ground was prepared for something far darker. The first actual experiments with Zyklon B on human beings appear to have taken place in Auschwitz during the autumn of 1941. Historical records and survivor testimonies, although incomplete, converge on this moment. The camp was expanding rapidly, and Soviet prisoners of war were being transported there in large numbers. The regime considered them expendable, labeling them enemies of the state, and stripping them of any rights under the Geneva Conventions. Their presence in the camp provided what SS officers regarded as an opportunity, a group of people who could be used as subjects for lethal experimentation without consequence. The location of these first trials was a small underground chamber in the basement of Block 11, a prison within the camp. The space was originally designed as a detention area, but its airtight structure made it suitable for testing gases. The method was crude. Canisters of Zyklon B were opened, and the pellets were poured into the chamber through vents. The gas released into the confined space interacted with the air and, within minutes, produced lethal concentrations. Accounts suggest that several hundred prisoners were killed during these first trials. The SS officers overseeing the experiment observed the process with clinical detachment. They wanted to know how quickly the gas would act, how much was needed, and whether the corpses could be removed efficiently. In other words, the test was not only about death, but about procedure. It was about whether Zyklon B could function as a reliable tool within the camp system. This bureaucratic framing is one of the most chilling aspects of the event. Human beings were not seen as individuals, but as variables in an experiment. Numbers, time intervals, measurable outcomes. For the SS leadership, the results were deemed satisfactory. Zyklon B proved effective, reliable, and, most importantly, controllable. It could be introduced into a sealed chamber without requiring the executioner to enter the space. Unlike bullets, which required soldiers to fire at close range, or carbon monoxide, which demanded complex machinery, Zyklon B was simple to use. It reduced the psychological burden on perpetrators by distancing them from the act itself. This detachment was not accidental. It was part of what made the chemical attractive to those planning mass operations. Yet these first experiments were not widely publicized within the SS. Knowledge was compartmentalized, restricted to a small circle of officers and camp administrators. Orders regarding Zyklon B were classified as secret Reich matters, meaning they could not be discussed outside authorized channels. This secrecy was both practical and symbolic. Practically, it minimized leaks to outside observers. Symbolically, it reinforced the notion that those involved were part of an exclusive mission, entrusted with carrying out tasks that ordinary soldiers could not. The aura of secrecy helped bind perpetrators to their roles, making them participants in what they saw as a shared enterprise. What is striking about these early trials is how quickly the lessons learned were applied. Within months, Zyklon B was being used not only in makeshift basement chambers, but also in newly adapted facilities. Buildings that had previously served as morgues were converted into gas chambers. Ventilation systems were installed to clear the air afterward, and crematoria were prepared to dispose of the bodies. This rapid adaptation suggests that the decision-makers had already been thinking about scalable methods of killing. The experiments merely provided confirmation of what they suspected was possible at the same time. Zyklon B continued to be used in its original role as a fumigant. This dual use created an atmosphere of ambiguity. A canister ordered for delousing clothing might also be diverted to other purposes. The clerks who process shipments might not always know, or claim not to know, how the substance would be used. Suppliers could argue that they were fulfilling standard contracts, while camp administrators could present records showing legitimate applications. This ambiguity became a shield, allowing many to distance themselves from responsibility. From a historical perspective, it is essential to recognize how incremental the process was. The first experiments did not immediately lead to industrial-scale killing. Instead, they represented a shift in imagination, the realization that a chemical developed for one purpose could serve another. In the logic of the regime, if pests could be eliminated efficiently with gas, then undesirable groups of people could be treated in the same way. It was a horrifying transposition, but once made, it opened a door that could not easily be closed. Witness accounts of these early experiments, though rare, provide haunting detail. Some prisoners assigned to disposal duties later testified about entering the chambers after the gas had dissipated. They described the silence inside, the bodies piled against the walls, the bitter smell lingering in the air. These testimonies are difficult to read, but they are vital. They remind us that behind the sterile, bureaucratic language of experiments and procedures were real human beings, each with a life, a history, and a story that ended in unimaginable suffering. The introduction of Zyklon B as a tool of killing in 1941 marked a turning point in the history of the camps. It was the moment when technological efficiency intersected with ideological hatred, producing a method that combined both. The first experiments were not the culmination, but the beginning. They demonstrated feasibility, and in doing so, they paved the way for the far larger operations that would follow. After the first trials in the basement of Block 11, the SS quickly recognized that their existing facilities were inadequate for larger operations. The basement rooms were too small, ventilation was poor, and disposal of the bodies created logistical challenges. These shortcomings became clear almost immediately, and they drove camp authorities to search for more suitable spaces. The solution was found in two converted buildings that had previously served as morgues. These structures, already designed to be airtight and cool, were modified to function as larger gas chambers that in these adapted spaces. Zyklon B could be used more systematically. The pellets were dropped through openings in the ceiling or sidewalls, and the ventilation systems helped clear the rooms afterward. This allowed the process to be repeated more efficiently, increasing the capacity of the camp to carry out mass killings. The makeshift nature of the first experiments was gradually replaced by a more organized method, one that could be scaled up to meet the demands of a broader extermination policy. The prisoners selected for these early operations were often Soviet POWs and others deemed unfit for labor. This detail is significant because it shows how ideology and practicality converged. On the one hand, the regime regarded these groups as enemies or useless mouths. On the other hand, Their physical presence in the camp created logistical problems. They required food, space, and supervision. Killing them solved both an ideological problem and a practical one. It is chilling to see how efficiency and ideology worked hand in hand, each reinforcing the other. Word of these experiments spread within the SS. More officers became involved. Some were tasked with refining the procedures, calculating the amount of Zyklon B needed per chamber, determining how long prisoners would survive after exposure, and finding ways to speed up the process of body removal. Others focused on organizational matters, ensuring that shipments of the chemical arrived regularly and that storage procedures were secure. A body of expertise began to form, a kind of grim professional knowledge that was passed down from one camp to another. One of the most unsettling aspects of this development is how ordinary the documentation appeared. The reports written after these trials were couched in neutral, technical language. They spoke of efficiency, capacity, and output, as if describing factory operations. Nowhere in these documents was there an acknowledgement of the human suffering involved. This bureaucratic tone served as a psychological shield, both for those who wrote the reports and for those who read them. By reducing people to numbers and processes, it became easier to proceed without confronting the reality of what was being done. The secrecy that surrounded these experiments was intense, yet traces of what happened still managed to surface. Prisoners who worked in the Sonderkommando units, tasked with disposing of bodies, passed whispered accounts to others. Some of these testimonies survived the war, providing invaluable insights into the earliest uses of Zyklon B. They described the way the victims were herded into the chambers under the pretense of showers, the sudden panic when the doors closed, the muffled sounds that followed, and the eerie silence afterward. These recollections are fragmentary, but together they form a mosaic of memory that corroborates what the documents imply. The transition from experiment to routine did not take long. By early 1942, the use of Zyklon B in gas chambers was becoming standardized. Auschwitz, which had been the site of the initial trials, emerged as the central hub of this practice. The camp's expansion included the construction of new crematoria, each with integrated gas chambers. The combination of Zyklon B and crematoria created a system of industrialized killing, where the process of death and disposal could be carried out continuously. From a historical perspective, this rapid adoption underscores the readiness of the regime to escalate once a feasible method was discovered. The experiments had demonstrated that Zyklon B was effective. The next step was to institutionalize its use. In this sense, the trials of 1941 were a turning point not only for Auschwitz, but for the entire network of camps. They established a model that others would follow, embedding chemical killing into the structure of the Holocaust. It is also important to note that Zyklon B was not the only method of mass killing used by the regime. Carbon monoxide gas chambers, shootings, and starvation policies all played roles in the broader system. Yet Zyklon B acquired a distinctive place because of its efficiency and its association with Auschwitz. The image of the pellet, the sealed chamber, and the chimneys became enduring symbols of the mechanization of death. And all of this began with the experiments described here. Small-scale trials in an underground basement, carried out under the cloak of secrecy, observed by men who believed they were perfecting a procedure rather than committing murder. What lessons can be drawn from this phase of history? Perhaps the most sobering is how quickly ordinary tools can be repurposed for destructive ends. Zyklon B was a pesticide, developed for the mundane task of fumigation. In a matter of months, it was reimagined as an instrument of mass death. This transformation did not happen spontaneously. It was the result of deliberate choices by individuals who were willing to apply scientific knowledge to ideological goals. The first experiments with Zyklon B reveal how ideology, technology, and bureaucracy can converge to produce atrocities that seem, in retrospect, almost unimaginable as we look back on these events. It is crucial to remember that they did not occur in isolation. Each step was connected to broader policies and cultural attitudes that dehumanized certain groups. The early experiments with Zyklon B were not aberrations, but logical outcomes of a worldview that treated human beings as expendable. By studying these beginnings in detail, we can better understand how the machinery of genocide was assembled piece by piece, and how seemingly small decisions contributed to catastrophic consequences. Chapter 7: Mechanizing Death. The expansion of the program. The transition from the first grim experiments with Zyklon B to the full-scale system of industrial killing was not abrupt, but rather a process of expansion, refinement, and adaptation. By the winter of 1941 to 1942, Auschwitz had begun to evolve into something very different from its original conception as a detention and labor camp. It was becoming, step by step, the focal point of a broader plan, one in which chemical killing would no longer be confined to tests or isolated episodes, but instead woven into the camp's very design. The core of this transformation was the realization among camp administrators and higher authorities that Zyklon B provided a method of extermination that was both effective and scalable. The first trials had already shown that relatively small quantities of the chemical could kill hundreds of people in a confined space. From a purely logistical perspective, this meant that the method was cost-efficient compared to alternatives. Ammunition was expensive and psychologically taxing for the men who had to carry out shootings. Carbon monoxide required specialized equipment that could break down and needed fuel supplies. Zyklon B, by contrast, was compact, easily transported, and simple to apply. The SS leadership quickly saw the potential. What began as a series of experiments was soon formalized into procedure. Morgues were repurposed, crematoria were designed with integrated gas chambers, and a growing infrastructure was dedicated to what was euphemistically called special treatment. This term, like so many others in the regime's vocabulary, concealed reality behind neutral words. Documents referred to capacity, throughput, and disinfection, while what was really being discussed was the mechanization of mass death. One of the central challenges in scaling up Zyklon B use was not the killing itself, but what came afterward. The first trials had already revealed the logistical burden of corpse disposal. Hundreds of bodies could not be buried without attracting attention, and shallow graves risked spreading disease. Burning the bodies in open pits was a temporary solution, but it produced smoke and odor that reached surrounding villages. Thus, the introduction of crematoria became essential. These facilities allowed the process to be concealed and rendered it continuous. One chamber for killing, another for incineration, and a system that could be operated in shifts around the clock. Auschwitz became the laboratory in which these procedures were perfected. The camp expanded in multiple directions, with Birkenau, Auschwitz II, constructed to handle increasing transports of prisoners. The arrival of rail lines directly into the camp made it possible to move vast numbers of people quickly and efficiently. From the perspective of the perpetrators, this integration of transportation, killing, and disposal represented a form of mechanization, each element working like a cog in a machine. The decision to expand Zyklon B use also reflected the shifting policies of the broader leadership. By 1942, the so-called final solution had entered its most radical phase. Meetings among high officials, including the infamous Wannsee Conference in January of that year, confirmed the intention to annihilate European Jewry. Although not every detail was fixed at that meeting, the general direction was unmistakable. Extermination was to be pursued systematically, with camps like Auschwitz playing a central role. Zyklon B fits seamlessly into this new framework on a day-to-day level. The mechanization of killing was experienced in different ways by different groups. For the SS officers and guards, it was routinized. Orders arrived, trains pulled in, selections were made, and Zyklon B was deployed. For prisoners assigned to Sonderkommando units, however, it was a nightmare of forced participation. These units were made up of inmates who were compelled to handle the aftermath, removing bodies, cutting hair, extracting valuables, and loading crematoria. Their testimonies after the war reveal the unbearable strain of living between survival and complicity, trapped in a system designed to destroy not only bodies but dignity. From a technical perspective, adjustments were continually made to improve efficiency. The amount of Zyklon B used was calibrated based on the size of chambers and the number of people inside. Ventilation systems were upgraded to reduce the time needed between operations. Even the design of chimneys was modified to improve airflow and reduce smoke. These details, recorded in blueprints and supply orders, illustrate the chilling extent to which the process was treated like an engineering challenge rather than an atrocity. The scale of expansion is hard to comprehend. By the peak of operations, the facilities at Auschwitz could kill and cremate thousands of people per day. Trains arrived regularly from across occupied Europe, carrying men, women, and children who were told they were being resettled. Many believed until the last moment that they were going to showers or work assignments. The deception was deliberate, designed to minimize resistance and maintain order. Zyklon B, with its silent and invisible effect, was particularly suited to this strategy of concealment. The expansion of Zyklon B use was not limited to Auschwitz. Other camps, though employing different methods, studied its application and sometimes adopted it for specific purposes. However, it was Auschwitz that became synonymous with this form of killing, precisely because of the scale at which it was deployed there. The camp's architecture, its integration with railway lines, and its reliance on chemical killing made it the central node in a vast network of destruction. To understand this mechanization, one must also appreciate the mindset that allowed it. The perpetrators did not generally view themselves as murderers in the ordinary sense. Many saw themselves as functionaries carrying out assigned duties within a system. Their language, their paperwork, and their daily routines all distanced them from the human reality of what they were doing. This bureaucratic mentality, combined with the efficiency of Zyklon B, created an environment in which genocide could be conducted as though it were merely administrative work. The expansion phase of Zyklon B's use is thus not just a story about chemicals and chambers, but about systems, procedures, and the ways in which ordinary structures of organization can be turned toward extraordinary evil. Each step in the process was rationalized, each problem solved with technical ingenuity, until the system operated with horrifying smoothness. And yet, behind every figure and every technical adjustment were people. Families torn apart, lives cut short, identities erased. The mechanization of death masked this human dimension, but it did not erase it. The silence of those chambers, the smoke of those crematoria, and the absence of millions from the world remind us of the human cost concealed within technical efficiency. The shift from isolated trials to mass-scale operation at Auschwitz was not only a technical change, but also a psychological and administrative one. The use of Zyklon B as a standardized method of killing required the cooperation of multiple layers of the system: administrators to order supplies, engineers to design chambers and crematoria, guards to enforce order, and medical staff to conduct selections. Each of these roles was essential, and each played its part in transforming murder into routine procedure. The mechanics of extermination began long before prisoners ever reached the gas chambers. Deportations from across occupied Europe were carefully coordinated, often involving the cooperation of local authorities who arranged arrests, compiled lists, and organized transportation. Trains were scheduled to arrive at camps according to timetables resembling those of normal freight operations. For railway workers, the job often appeared as simply moving cargo. But the cargo, in this case, was human. When trains reached Auschwitz, the process of sorting began immediately. Prisoners were separated into groups, those deemed fit for labor and those marked for immediate death. The latter group was directed toward chambers under the pretense of showering and delousing. The use of Zyklon B fit seamlessly into this deception because the substance itself had originally been used for disinfection. The narrative of hygiene and cleanliness masked the reality of what awaited. Inside the chambers, Zyklon B was introduced through vents or openings in the ceiling. Because it was in pellet form, it took only a short time for the hydrogen cyanide gas to be released into the confined space. Within minutes, those inside suffocated. The SS and guards did not need to be present in the room. This physical separation allowed perpetrators to feel further removed from the act, reducing the sense of direct responsibility, but the separation was not complete. After each gassing, Sonderkommando units were forced to enter the chambers, retrieve the bodies, and prepare them for disposal. Their accounts after the war provide some of the most harrowing evidence of what the process entailed. The chambers would be crowded with bodies, tangled and compressed in positions that revealed the desperation of their final moments. The Sonderkommando, under threat of death themselves, had to untangle the dead, remove valuables, and carry them to the crematoria. The crematoria were engineered to sustain this grim cycle without pause. Multiple ovens, fed by coal or later by coke, were capable of reducing thousands of bodies to ash every day. The system was designed for efficiency, continuous operation, round-the-clock shifts, and a rhythm that mirrored industrial production lines. Ashes were either buried, dumped in rivers, or used to fill nearby land, further concealing the scale of destruction. This mechanization was not hidden from everyone. Local populations near Auschwitz and other camps sometimes noticed the smells and the smoke. Prisoners working outside the camp could also see signs of what was happening. Yet the official line, reinforced by fear and censorship, suppressed open acknowledgement. Within the SS, euphemistic language insulated participants from confronting the reality of their actions. Orders referred to special actions or resettlement, never to killing. This deliberate vagueness allowed the system to operate without many individuals feeling they were explicitly complicit in mass murder. Still, complicity was inescapable. The firms that manufactured Zyklon B supplied it under government contracts. Construction companies designed and built the crematoria and gas chambers. Railway companies transported the victims. Bureaucrats signed papers. Guards maintained order. Each cog in the system was small, but together they produced a machine of unparalleled destruction. The mechanization of death depended on this convergence of ordinary functions redirected toward extraordinary cruelty. What made Zyklon B particularly central to this mechanization was its adaptability. It could be stored for long periods, transported discreetly, and deployed quickly. A few tins could end the lives of hundreds, making it more scalable than other methods. In the cold logic of efficiency, Zyklon B represented a solution to the problem as defined by the regime. It required no complex machinery, no large quantities of fuel, and little training for those who applied it. The system also relied heavily on deception, not only of the victims, but of the world beyond the camps. Red Cross inspections were staged to hide the reality of extermination. Official records often avoided specific details. For the outside world, reports of mass gassing seemed so horrific that many could not initially believe them. The mechanization of death thrived in this climate of disbelief and denial. The expansion of Zyklon B use at Auschwitz symbolized the broader transformation of the Holocaust from sporadic violence into industrialized genocide. Shooting campaigns in Eastern Europe had already claimed hundreds of thousands of lives, but they were limited by the physical and psychological toll on perpetrators. Zyklon B eliminated that limitation. It transformed killing into a process that could be managed, scaled, and sustained. Yet even within this system, cracks emerged. The need for secrecy clashed with the scale of operations. The use of thousands of Sonderkommando prisoners created witnesses who might later reveal the truth. Resistance movements within the camps sought to record what was happening, smuggling notes or sketches to the outside. Despite the mechanization, the human reality could not be completely erased. From a historical perspective, the expansion of Zyklon B represents a pivotal moment. It marked the point at which genocide ceased to be improvisational and became bureaucratic, standardized, and industrial. It was no longer the work of rogue units or isolated orders. It became policy, sustained by infrastructure and reinforced by ideology. The killing could continue day after day, train after train, as though it were merely another logistical operation in the machinery of war. To understand this fully is to grasp the chilling lesson of Auschwitz, that modern systems, technologies, and bureaucracies can be turned toward destruction as easily as toward progress. Zyklon B was, after all, a chemical designed for pest control, produced by ordinary companies, sold in commercial transactions. Its adaptation to genocide did not require new science, only new intent. The transformation lay not in the substance itself, but in the decisions of those who chose to use it for death rather than industry. The legacy of this expansion is measured not only in numbers, but in memory. For survivors, the smell of the gas, the sight of the smoke, and the knowledge of what the chambers contained became defining scars of experience. For history, the records of supply shipments, architectural plans, and testimonies remain as evidence of how methodical the process became. The mechanization of death through Zyklon B was not a collapse of civilization, but a distortion of it, proof that order, efficiency, and organization can be as dangerous as chaos when guided by inhuman goals. The story of Zyklon B's expansion into the machinery of genocide is thus a warning. It shows how technology, bureaucracy, and ideology can converge into a system of unparalleled cruelty. It reminds us that behind every efficient process lies the potential for misuse, and that vigilance is needed to prevent human ingenuity from being directed toward destruction. Chapter 8: Auschwitz and Beyond. Zyklon B at the heart of the system. When one speaks of Zyklon B in the context of the Holocaust, the name of Auschwitz inevitably rises to the surface. The camp complex, situated in occupied Poland, became not only the largest of the Nazi concentration camps, but also the most infamous killing center of them all. It was here, more than anywhere else, that Zyklon B became synonymous with systematic, industrialized death. Yet Auschwitz was not a single place. It was a sprawling network of facilities divided into Auschwitz-I, the original camp, Auschwitz-II-Birkenau, the vast expanse that housed the majority of prisoners and gas chambers, and Auschwitz-III Monowitz, a labor camp tied to industrial plants. Together, these sites formed a vast landscape of captivity, exploitation, and extermination. The decision to make Auschwitz a hub of the final solution was both practical and symbolic. Its location was central, connected by railroads that could bring deportees from across Europe, from France and the Netherlands to Hungary and Greece. Its grounds were large, with space for expansion. Its administrative structure was well developed, allowing it to be integrated seamlessly into the Nazi system of control. Above all, it could be made into a place where every aspect of genocide, from arrival to extermination, from forced labor to disposal, was carried out in one consolidated location. At the heart of this machinery stood Zyklon B. By the early 1940s, the product had already been tested and refined in Auschwitz. Now, as transports grew larger and more frequent, the camp was restructured to handle mass killings on a scale not yet seen. Gas chambers were built not as makeshift experiments, but as permanent, large-scale facilities. They were attached to crematoria designed to process bodies without pause. These were not hidden corners of the camp. They were central installations around which much of the camp's function revolved. Victims arrived at Auschwitz after journeys that often lasted days, packed tightly into cattle cars with little air, food, or water. The moment the train doors opened, they were met by shouting guards, barking dogs, and hurried selections. Some prisoners were directed to labor, while the majority, women with children, the elderly, and those deemed unfit, were sent directly to what they were told would be showers. This deception was deliberate, designed to prevent panic and resistance. The sight of tiled interiors, sometimes even fitted with fake shower heads, gave the illusion of hygiene. Once inside, the doors closed and Zyklon B pellets were introduced. Within minutes, the air became saturated with lethal gas. Silence fell soon after, broken only by the grim work that followed. Sonderkommando units, composed of prisoners forced to cooperate under threat of their own deaths, were brought in to clear the chambers, extract valuables, and transport bodies to the crematoria. It was an endless cycle, repeated transport after transport, day after day, month after month. The numbers speak to the scale. Historians estimate that over 1 million people were murdered at Auschwitz, the vast majority of them Jewish, though Poles, Roma, Soviet prisoners of war, and others were also among the victims. Zyklon B was the principal tool of this destruction. Its efficiency made Auschwitz the prototype for mechanized genocide, and its legacy became the measure by which the enormity of the Holocaust is often understood. Yet Zyklon B at Auschwitz was not confined only to the gas chambers. The same substance was also used in its original capacity as a pesticide to disinfect clothing and barracks, killing lice that spread typhus. This dual use provided cover, making it easier to conceal the shipments of Zyklon B from outside scrutiny. Official records could cite disinfection without revealing the darker reality of its application. In this way, the everyday and the monstrous coexisted within the same tin canisters, highlighting the chilling adaptability of an ordinary industrial product when placed in the hands of a murderous regime. The physical scale of Auschwitz reinforced the psychological scale of its terror. Prisoners who survived even briefly bore witness to the constant presence of smoke rising from crematoria chimneys. They described the smell of burning flesh, the sight of ash, and the knowledge that each plume represented lives extinguished in the chambers. For those not immediately sent to their deaths, the camp itself was a slow-motion descent into suffering, hunger, disease, and exhaustion. Yet always, in the background, lingered the knowledge of Zyklon B and the chambers, an ever-present threat, an endpoint waiting at the edge of life in the camp. For the SS and camp authorities, Zyklon B simplified the logistics of killing. Once the chambers were in operation, Extermination could proceed with little direct involvement from guards. Orders were given, selections were made, and the substance did the rest. This distancing effect contributed to the normalization of atrocity within the camp system. It allowed perpetrators to view the killing as part of a process, rather than as an act of violence against individuals. In this way, Auschwitz became not just a site of death, but a factory of dehumanization, where murder was streamlined into administrative routine. But Auschwitz was not the only place where Zyklon B played a role. Other camps and sites adopted its use, though none matched the scale of Auschwitz. In Majdanek, for example, Zyklon B was used in gas chambers to kill both Jews and Soviet prisoners of war. At smaller camps, it was sometimes applied when circumstances allowed. Still, it was Auschwitz that came to epitomize Zyklon B's transformation from an industrial chemical into a weapon of genocide. The history of Auschwitz cannot be told without understanding the centrality of Zyklon B. And the history of Zyklon B cannot be told without recognizing Auschwitz as the place where it became the engine of the final solution. Here, efficiency, deception, and brutality converged. Here, a product designed for pest control became the emblem of humanity's darkest descent. To understand the role of Zyklon B in Auschwitz, it is not enough to focus solely on the mechanics of death. One must also examine the structures that surrounded it: the suppliers who sold the product, the administrators who ordered it, the scientists who approved its use, and the guards who carried out the selections. This wider web of involvement shows how the killing process was sustained not only by ideology, but also by ordinary systems of commerce, logistics, and bureaucracy. The distribution of Zyklon B to Auschwitz was handled by German firms that operated within the bounds of legality. They were companies engaged in the chemical industry, accustomed to supplying pesticides for agricultural and sanitary purposes. When large orders began arriving from Auschwitz, these companies were not in the dark about how their product was being used. Records, invoices, and testimonies after the war confirmed that managers and sales agents became aware of the special use for which the chemical was destined. Yet the orders continued. Profit, compliance, and fear all played their part. This intersection of business and genocide remains one of the most sobering reminders of how atrocity can be supported by the ordinary functions of an economy. At Auschwitz, Zyklon B became central not just because of its availability, but because of the way it fit seamlessly into the camp structure. The arrival of transports was synchronized with the availability of chambers and crematoria. SS physicians and officers coordinated the process, ensuring that those deemed unfit for labor were immediately directed toward extermination. Zyklon B could be deployed quickly, without complex machinery, and with relatively little preparation. Its storage in sealed tins made it easy to handle, and its effects were devastatingly reliable. The concealment of this process was just as important as its execution. To the outside world, Auschwitz appeared to be a labor camp. Photographs, reports, and even visits by selected officials emphasized workshops, barracks, and industrial connections. The gas chambers and crematoria were kept hidden, often described in coded language within Nazi documents. Phrases like special treatment or final solution replaced direct references to killing. This linguistic disguise allowed the system to operate without attracting too much attention, even within Germany itself. For the prisoners, of course, there was no such ambiguity. Rumors spread quickly, and survivors' accounts make clear that by 1943 the reality of Zyklon B was widely known within the camp population. The use of Zyklon B also reshaped the psychology of the perpetrators. Guards and administrators could view the process as detached from personal violence. They were not wielding weapons or directly harming individuals. They were overseeing a procedure, managing logistics, and enforcing discipline. This distance, both physical and psychological, lowered the barriers of conscience for many. It transformed mass murder into something resembling an administrative task. This shift is a vital part of understanding how genocide on such a scale became possible, not through constant acts of cruelty by every individual, but through a system that normalized and routinized killing. As the war intensified, Auschwitz expanded to accommodate the increasing influx of deportees from across Europe. In 1944, following the German occupation of Hungary, nearly 500,000 Hungarian Jews were transported to Auschwitz within a matter of months. The scale of this operation required the gas chambers and crematoria to run at full capacity, sometimes day and night. Witnesses recalled flames leaping from the chimneys when the ovens could no longer contain the volume. Zyklon B, shipped in large consignments, was consumed at an unprecedented rate. This period represents the peak of Auschwitz as a killing center, and Zyklon B was at the very heart of it. Yet the story of Zyklon B at Auschwitz is not only about death. It is also about survival and memory. A handful of prisoners from the Sonderkommando, those forced to work with the aftermath of gassings, managed to record what they witnessed. Some buried notes in the ground, hidden in bottles or tin containers, hoping that one day someone would find them. These writings, discovered after the war, describe in harrowing detail the procedures, the atmosphere, and the unimaginable suffering. They serve as first-hand testimony of what Zyklon B meant inside the walls of Auschwitz, ensuring that even if the Nazis destroyed physical evidence, the memory could not be erased entirely. As the war turned against Germany, attempts were made to dismantle parts of the system. In late 1944, some of the gas chambers and crematoria at Auschwitz were destroyed to conceal evidence. Zyklon B shipments dwindled as Allied forces advanced. But by then, the impact had already been etched into history. The association between Auschwitz and Zyklon B was irreversible. Together, they had become the central symbols of a genocide that claimed millions of lives. What remains perhaps most haunting about this chapter of history is the ordinariness of the substance itself. Zyklon B was a chemical developed for sanitation. Its tins bore commercial labels. Its manufacturers operated in the open. There was no mystery about its nature, no aura of secrecy in its design. And yet, when combined with ideology, bureaucracy, and cruelty, it became one of the most feared tools of mass murder in modern history. The journey of Zyklon B from pesticide to instrument of genocide is a story that underscores the fragility of moral boundaries when ordinary structures of science, industry, and administration are placed in the service of inhuman goals. Today, Auschwitz stands as a site of remembrance, a place visited by millions who walk through its preserved barracks, see the remnants of its crematoria, and confront the evidence of its crimes. Zyklon B, though no longer physically present in the same form, lingers in memory as a symbol of how technology can be turned against humanity. In the stillness of its ruins, the lessons remain urgent: vigilance, responsibility, and the recognition that the tools of everyday life can be twisted into instruments of destruction when guided by hatred and unchecked power. The story of Zyklon B at Auschwitz is therefore not only a chapter of horror, but also a warning. It reminds us that genocide does not arise in a vacuum. It grows from prejudice, is nurtured by bureaucracy, and is carried out with tools that are often unremarkable in themselves. By studying how Zyklon B became the centerpiece of Auschwitz, we come closer to understanding not just the past, but also the dangers that may arise whenever human life is devalued. Chapter 9: Voices of Witness. Testimonies from those who knew. The history of Zyklon B is not only a record of chemical formulas, supply chains, and logistical orders. It is also the story of human beings, those who endured its effects, those who witnessed its deployment, and those who were involved in administering it. Without their testimonies, much of what we know today would remain concealed in shadows, for the perpetrators often sought to destroy documents and dismantle facilities as the war drew to its close. The voices of survivors and witnesses pierce through this veil of silence, offering perspectives that are both deeply personal and historically invaluable. For those who were imprisoned in Auschwitz, Majdanek, or other sites where Zyklon B was used, rumors and fragments of information circulated constantly. Few had a complete picture of what was happening, but many sensed the truth. Newly arrived prisoners sometimes reported the strange smell that hung in the air around certain buildings. Others spoke of the thick smoke that rose from chimneys, lingering for days at a time. For those selected for labor, these observations became part of their daily reality, a grim backdrop against which they struggled to survive. Survivors later described the crushing awareness that their own lives were precarious, and that at any moment, the next transport or selection could consign them to the gas point. One of the most direct sources of testimony came from the Sonderkommando, the special units of prisoners forced to work at the gas chambers and crematoria. These men bore witness to the process in ways that no one else could. They handled the arrival of transports, the removal of bodies, and the cleaning of chambers after each gassing. Despite the unimaginable trauma of their forced labor, some among them managed to preserve fragments of their experiences. In 1944, several members buried manuscripts in bottles and tins in the soil near the crematoria of Auschwitz. Discovered years later, these documents contained raw descriptions of what Zyklon B meant in practice, how it was introduced into chambers, how long the victims struggled, and how the rooms were cleared afterwards. These testimonies, written in haste and desperation, remain some of the most important first-hand accounts of the genocide. Not all witnesses were prisoners. A number of SS men left behind testimony after the war, either during trials or in later interviews. Their perspectives were, of course, shaped by attempts to justify their actions, reduce their responsibility, or portray themselves as mere cogs in a machine. Yet within their words lie crucial details. Some described the mechanics of dropping Zyklon B pellets into the chambers, noting how they avoided looking directly at what was happening below. Others admitted that they relied on the muffled sounds from inside, the cries, the pounding, and finally the silence, to know when the gas had done its work. These accounts are chilling not only for their content, but for the detached way in which they are often presented. The language of procedure and duty stands in stark contrast to the human reality unfolding beneath. Survivor testimony adds the irreplaceable perspective of those who lived through the terror. Many describe the selections upon arrival, the moment when families were torn apart, with some directed toward labor and others led toward the gas. Mothers spoke of being separated from their children, sensing but not fully grasping that they would never see them again. Those spared for labor sometimes saw the buildings into which their loved ones were taken, noticing the attempts at deception, signs suggesting showers, the distribution of soap, the semblance of order meant to quiet fear. Later, when the truth became clear, survivors carried the unbearable knowledge of what had occurred. For many, this knowledge never left them, echoing through their memories long after liberation. One striking feature of survivor narratives is the way they emphasize sensory impressions. The smell of burning, the strange odor of the chemical, the sight of ash settling on the ground like snow. All these details recur across testimonies. Memory often seizes upon the sensory, particularly under conditions of trauma, and in these accounts the sensory becomes a form of evidence. Even decades later, survivors recalled vividly the sounds of trains arriving, the voices of guards, the silence that followed mass gassings. In reconstructing history, such sensory fragments become crucial in filling out the picture left incomplete by documents and statistics. Yet testimony is not uniform. Different witnesses remembered different details, and their accounts sometimes diverged. This is not a weakness, but a reflection of the human experience of trauma. No two people saw the exact same scene in the exact same way, and the fog of fear, exhaustion, and grief shaped how memories were encoded. Historians have learned to read testimony not as rigid transcripts, but as windows into experience, each one partial, yet together forming a mosaic of truth. The convergence of multiple accounts, especially when they align on core details, provides powerful confirmation of events. Another dimension of testimony comes from post-war reflections. Survivors often carried their memories in silence for years before speaking publicly. For some, it took decades to find the words. When they did, their accounts were shaped by the challenge of conveying experiences that seemed to defy description. How could one describe the feeling of seeing entire families vanish in a chambers marked as showers? How could one put into words the knowledge that a common pesticide had been transformed into a weapon against millions? Many survivors admitted that language faltered in the face of such reality. Yet their attempts, however halting, remain invaluable. Equally important are the voices of those who did not survive but left traces. Diaries written in ghettos, letters smuggled from trains, and notes buried near camp barracks all contribute to the record. These fragments reveal the awareness among victims of what was happening, even if they lacked full detail. In some writings, we find reflections on rumors of gas, on whispers that certain transports never returned. These fragments, when pieced together, show that the knowledge of Zyklon B's role spread among prisoner populations, reinforcing the pervasive atmosphere of dread. The act of bearing witness was itself an act of resistance. The Nazis attempted to shroud their operations in secrecy, to erase evidence and silence voices. By writing, by remembering, by later testifying, survivors and witnesses defied that intent. Their words preserved the truth for future generations, ensuring that Zyklon B would never be known only as a chemical compound, but as a symbol of what humanity must guard against. When the war ended, the full weight of testimony began to surface in courtrooms. At Nuremberg, as well as in subsequent trials held in Germany and Poland, witnesses were called to describe what they had seen. Some were survivors of the camps, still gaunt from years of starvation and labor, their bodies bearing scars both visible and invisible. Others were former SS men, confronted with questions they could no longer avoid. Together, their words constructed the early record of what Zyklon B had meant in practice. In these proceedings, details emerged about the supply of the chemical. Invoices, orders, and delivery records confirmed its flow from manufacturers to camps. But beyond the paperwork, it was the testimonies that carried the greatest weight. Survivors stood in court and spoke of the showers into which people were led, of the sealed doors that closed behind them, of the muffled cries that ended in silence. Though speaking was often excruciating, they understood the importance of making the truth undeniable. Each word bore the force of lived experience, piercing through attempts at denial. Some of the most striking testimonies came from medical professionals imprisoned in the camps. Doctors and nurses who had been deported described being forced into selections, their medical training twisted into a tool for deciding who might survive a little longer and who would be sent to the gas. Their accounts illuminated the perverse logic of the system. in which knowledge meant not healing but categorization. When they later testified, many spoke with anguish about the moments when they had seen Zyklon be carried in tins, knowing what awaited those selected. The legacy of witness voices extends far beyond trials. In the years after liberation, countless survivors began to write memoirs, give interviews, and participate in oral history projects. These testimonies vary in length and style. Some are fragmented recollections, others detailed narratives, but together they form a vast chorus. They reveal not only the facts of Zyklon B's use, but also the enduring impact on those who lived through its shadow. Survivors spoke of nightmares that lingered for decades, of the constant presence of absence, the families, communities, and futures that had been erased. Zyklon B was not simply a chemical to them. It was the instrument of that erasure. It is important to note that testimony also came from local populations near the camps. Civilians in towns surrounding Auschwitz, Majdanek, or other sites often noticed strange odors, heavy smoke, or the unending arrival of trains. Some claimed ignorance, others admitted suspicions, and a few quietly tried to warn outsiders. Their accounts, though sometimes fragmentary, further confirm the scale of what was occurring. History is never the possession of a single voice, but rather the accumulation of many perspectives, each shedding light on a different angle of truth. As decades passed, the way testimonies were preserved evolved. Early interviews often took place in courtrooms or with journalists, but by the late 20th century, projects like the Shoah Foundation created vast archives of recorded testimonies. Thousands of survivors sat before cameras and recounted their experiences in detail, ensuring that their voices would endure beyond their own lifetimes. In these recordings, we hear the tremors in voices, the long pauses, the moments when memory becomes too heavy to continue. These elements, impossible to capture in written transcripts alone, add layers of authenticity and humanity to the record. One of the most poignant aspects of testimony is its intergenerational impact. Many survivors initially chose silence, not wishing to burden their children with unbearable knowledge. Yet as time passed, children and grandchildren often encouraged them to speak, recognizing that history needed their voices. In family gatherings, stories were told and retold, sometimes haltingly, sometimes in floods of memory. These personal transmissions of testimony became part of how the legacy of Zyklon B continued to shape lives long after the war's end. The role of witness accounts in education cannot be overstated. When students hear directly from survivors, whether in person, through recordings, or through published memoirs, the abstract numbers of history take on human form. Hearing a survivor describe the fear of being separated from loved ones, or the sensory shock of encountering Zyklon B, reaches hearts in a way that documents alone cannot. This is why museums, memorials, and educational programs place testimony at their core, to ensure that history is not merely remembered, but felt. It is equally important to recognize the courage of those who gave testimony despite the pain it caused them. Speaking meant reopening wounds, reliving trauma, and confronting the disbelief or indifference of others. Many survivors admitted that telling their story brought sleepless nights, anxiety, or renewed grief. Yet they persisted, motivated by a conviction that silence would serve only those who wished to forget or deny. In their courage, they transformed personal suffering into collective memory. Finally, testimony reminds us that history is not static. Each generation receives the voices of witnesses differently, interpreting them in the light of present concerns. For some, testimonies reinforce the importance of human rights and vigilance against authoritarianism. For others, They highlight the fragility of truth in the face of denial. The words of witnesses continue to speak, urging us not only to remember the role Zyklon B played, but also to reflect on how ordinary materials, when combined with ideology and power, can be turned toward catastrophic ends. Thus, the voices of witness form an indispensable chapter in the history of Zyklon B. Without them, the chemical might be remembered only as an industrial pesticide with an unfortunate association. With them, it becomes a warning, etched in human experience, about the consequences of dehumanization and indifference. Their testimonies, layered across decades, ensure that the story remains alive, not as abstract knowledge, but as living memory carried forward. Chapter 10: Silent Rooms. The Architecture of Secrecy. When we think of architecture, we often imagine cathedrals, bridges, or modern skylines, structures built to inspire, to connect, or to symbolize progress. Yet architecture can also conceal, deceive, and destroy. In the history of Zyklon B, architecture became an accomplice. The rooms where the chemical was used were not accidents of design. They were deliberate constructions, created to hide, to silence, and to mask atrocity beneath a facade of order. From the outside, many of these buildings looked unremarkable. Some resembled large brick barracks. Others appeared as ordinary warehouses, and still others were disguised as shower facilities. This external normalcy was intentional. The architecture served a double purpose: to reassure victims who entered, and to obscure the true function from prying eyes beyond the camp fences. What happened inside was shielded not only by walls, but by design choices that sought to erase signs of what had taken place at Auschwitz II. Birkenau, the most infamous site associated with Zyklon B, several structures were built or modified to serve as killing facilities. Early experiments with the gas took place in small underground chambers originally meant for storage or morgues. These spaces, with their sealed doors and limited ventilation, proved effective for containing the gas, though they were never meant for such a purpose. Over time, larger buildings were constructed specifically to accommodate the mass use of Zyklon B. These included multi-room complexes with changing areas, gas chambers, and crematoria under a single roof. The architecture was not random. It was carefully calculated to enable a process that was both concealed and efficient. One of the most telling features of this architecture was its reliance on deception. Chambers were often outfitted with fixtures resembling showerheads, suggesting to victims that they were about to wash rather than die. This cruel trick minimized panic, ensuring that people entered the rooms willingly rather than resisting. In some cases, signs instructed prisoners to hang their clothes on numbered hooks, further enhancing the illusion that they would retrieve them afterward. The architecture itself became part of the lie, every brick and pipe reinforcing the facade of normalcy. Inside, the spaces were built for containment. Thick walls prevented sound from escaping. Sealed doors, often reinforced with rubber gaskets, ensured that the gas would not leak back into adjoining areas. Openings were placed in the ceilings or walls to allow Zyklon B pellets to be introduced quickly, while ventilation systems were installed to clear the chambers after use. These design choices were not innovations of modern architecture, but adaptations of existing technologies. Proof of how ordinary engineering principles can be twisted to serve destructive ends. Secrecy was a defining characteristic of these structures. The rooms were often located at the edges of camps, away from the main barracks, and surrounded by fences or earth mounds that blocked visibility. In some cases, they were partially underground, further concealing them from outside view. Guard towers and restricted zones ensured that only select personnel ever approached them. To the broader camp population, Their function was shrouded in rumor and fear, spoken of only in whispers. What makes this architecture chilling is not only what it contained, but what it sought to erase. The buildings were designed with integrated crematoria, so that those who entered would leave no trace. Ashes were scattered in rivers, forests, or fields nearby, making the surrounding landscape itself complicit in the concealment. The architecture thus extended beyond walls and doors into the natural environment, weaving secrecy into every stage of the process. Documents from the era reveal that architects, engineers, and construction companies were directly involved in designing and building these facilities. Blueprints have survived, showing the meticulous planning behind the structures. Rooms are labeled with innocuous terms like bath, morgue, or basement, betraying nothing of their true purpose. Yet the placement of ventilation shafts, the thickness of walls, and the arrangements of adjoining rooms make clear what the buildings were meant to accomplish. These blueprints, now displayed in museums and archives, stand as stark reminders of how professional skill can be co-opted by destructive ideologies. Equally striking is how the architecture changed over time. Early facilities were small, experimental, and limited. As the use of Zyklon B became systematic, the buildings grew larger, more efficient, and more carefully disguised. This evolution reflects both the expansion of the genocide and the increasing effort to maintain secrecy. By the later years of the war, the architecture had reached a grim maturity. Multifunctional complexes where arrivals, gassings, and cremations could occur with minimal external awareness. The secrecy of these rooms extended into language. Personnel rarely referred to them directly, instead using coded terms such as special treatment or disinfection. In documents, they appeared as sanitary facilities, their true function hidden behind bureaucratic euphemism. Architecture and language worked hand in hand. Walls concealed the physical reality, while words concealed the conceptual one. For those forced into the rooms, however, no euphemism could disguise the truth once the doors closed. When the war drew to an end and retreat began, efforts were made to destroy the architecture of secrecy. Buildings were blown up, records were burned, and materials were dismantled to erase evidence. At Auschwitz, several crematoria were destroyed in 1944 as the Soviets advanced. What remains today are ruins, broken walls, collapsed roofs, and scattered bricks. Yet even in ruin, the architecture speaks. Visitors walking through these sites sense the silence of rooms that once held thousands, silence that lingers even after decades. The remnants of this architecture now serve the opposite of their intended function. Instead of concealing, they reveal. Preserved foundations, reconstructed doorways, and surviving blueprints provide historians and visitors with tangible evidence of what secrecy once tried to hide. Museums interpret these fragments, explaining how the structures were used and why they mattered. For many who visit, standing inside or near these ruins becomes an act of confrontation with history, an encounter with spaces deliberately designed to deceive and destroy. The architecture of secrecy also prompts reflection on the ethics of design. How could architects and engineers lend their skills to such ends? What responsibility do professionals hold when their expertise is sought for harmful purposes? These questions extend beyond history, reminding us that architecture is never neutral. Every wall and door, every blueprint and corridor, carries within it the intentions of its creators. When intentions are corrupted, architecture can become complicit in concealment and destruction. The silence inside these rooms is difficult to imagine. Survivors who later described the buildings rarely spoke of the architecture itself. Instead, they spoke of the absence of sound afterward, of doors that closed too tightly, of walls that did not allow a cry to escape. This silence was not accidental. The thickness of the walls and the sealing of the doors ensured that what happened inside could not be heard outside. The world beyond the chamber remained undisturbed. Daily routines in the camp went on, and guards stood at their posts as though nothing unusual was occurring. Architecture had achieved its intended aim, to mute horror until only silence remained. For many who study these places today, the most unsettling element is their ordinariness. Stripped of context, they could be mistaken for cellars, warehouses, or storage halls. There are no ornate carvings, no distinct markers of evil, only plain walls and functional layouts. And yet, within these ordinary spaces, extraordinary cruelty was enacted. This contradiction between appearance and reality is precisely what gave the architecture its power. The more mundane the building looked, the easier it was to maintain the illusion of normalcy. Some accounts describe how, before being led to these rooms, victims passed through spaces resembling changing halls. Benches lined the walls, hooks bore numbers, and signs advised people to remember where they placed their belongings. Such details were not decorative. They were psychological tools embedded into the architecture. By suggesting that order and cleanliness were the goals, the buildings lulled people into compliance. The architecture manipulated behavior even before the true purpose of the rooms became apparent. Another architectural feature that deserves attention is the use of air systems. Ventilation was not simply about clearing rooms after Zyklon B had been used. It was also a matter of timing, control, and secrecy. Chambers had to be sealed long enough for the chemical to act, then ventilated quickly enough to allow personnel to re-enter without risk. Engineers devised systems of fans and ducts to manage this balance. Some of these systems were crude, relying on simple manual mechanisms, while others were more sophisticated. In both cases, the architecture was adapted to make the process repeatable and concealed. What distinguished Zyklon B from earlier methods was precisely this architectural adaptation. Other means of killing in the past were often chaotic, visible, and noisy. With Zyklon B, the architecture created an environment where death could occur behind closed doors, unseen and unheard. This was not just a technical improvement from the perspective of the perpetrators. It was a transformation in how space itself was weaponized. The room became the instrument. Walls, ceilings, vents, and doors were as much tools of destruction as the gas itself. When these buildings were eventually dismantled or destroyed near the end of the war, secrecy remained the guiding principle. Testimonies from surviving personnel describe frantic efforts to demolish chambers, tear down crematoria, and scatter debris. The goal was not only to prevent enemy forces from using the facilities, but to erase all trace of what they had been. Explosives brought down roofs, bricks were removed, and even ashes were scattered widely across fields and rivers. The architecture of secrecy extended into its own destruction, as though silence could be preserved by erasing evidence. Yet silence could never be absolute. Despite attempts at demolition, fragments of walls and foundations remained. Blueprints were not all destroyed. Testimonies survived. These fragments became the opposite of what was intended. Instead of concealing, they exposed. The ruins of a chamber at Auschwitz, with its broken doorway and collapsed ceiling, became one of the most powerful witnesses to history, silently testifying to the truth long after words had failed. Today, the preservation of these sites presents both a challenge and a necessity. Should the ruins be left untouched, slowly decaying into the ground, or should they be stabilized so that future generations can still stand among them? This question has fueled debates among historians, architects, and memorial institutions. Some argue that preserving the ruins risks turning them into monuments devoid of context, while others insist that without preservation, the material evidence may vanish entirely. In both cases, the architectural fragments remain central. They are the last physical links to spaces designed to hide their own purpose. Walking through these sites today, visitors often describe a feeling of unease, a weight that hangs in the air. The silence of the rooms persists, not because the walls still conceal sound, but because visitors instinctively lower their voices. The architecture, even in ruin, shapes human behavior. It reminds those who enter that they are in a space once engineered for deception and death. It is perhaps the most profound reversal. Buildings meant to silence are now places where silence becomes an act of respect and remembrance. For scholars of architecture, these spaces force difficult reflections. Architecture has always been about serving human needs, shelter, protection, community. But here, it was about serving ideology, about enabling destruction. The fact that such spaces could be designed, built, and used within the framework of professional engineering reminds us that architecture is never value neutral. It carries moral weight. To study these structures today is to confront the darkest potential of design. The phrase silent rooms captures both the secrecy of the past and the solemnity of the present. Once, they were silent because sound could not escape. Now, they are silent because memory demands quiet reflection. In this way, the architecture of secrecy has become the architecture of remembrance. The very features that once concealed now reveal, not through function but through ruin. Where once there was erasure, there is now evidence. Where once there was silence imposed by design, there is now silence chosen by those who remember. The story of Zyklon B cannot be told without these rooms. They were the spaces that transformed an industrial chemical into a tool of destruction. They were the boundaries within which lives ended and from which no cries emerged. They were the culmination of planning, engineering, and deception, the ultimate expression of secrecy in architecture. And now, as broken ruins and preserved fragments, they are among the most powerful witnesses to a history that resists forgetting. Chapter 11: Profiteers and Suppliers. Industry's role in the atrocity. When people think of history's darkest crimes, they often imagine dictators, armies, and political systems. What is less frequently considered is the machinery behind those powers. The industries, suppliers, and corporations that provided the tools, the chemicals, the construction, and the logistical support that made systematic destruction possible. Zyklon B, the chemical at the center of this narrative, did not emerge from a void. It was produced by companies, marketed under licenses, distributed by sales representatives, and delivered through contracts. The story of these profiteers is not one of abstract guilt, but of direct involvement, where profit margins aligned with state policy and industrial capacity merged seamlessly with political brutality. The company most frequently associated with Zyklon B was Degesch, short for Deutsche Gesellschaft für Schadlingsbekämpfung MBH, literally, the German Corporation for Pest Control. Founded as part of Germany's chemical industry network, Degesch specialized in pest extermination and fumigation. Its original focus was agricultural, protecting stored grain, cleaning ships, and ensuring hygienic living conditions by controlling lice and other carriers of disease. Zyklon B itself was marketed as a disinfectant, packaged with warning chemicals to indicate its toxicity. In the world of agriculture and shipping, it was a respected product, a tool of modern science applied to everyday challenges. But Degesch did not operate in isolation. It was part of a much larger industrial complex dominated by IG Farben, the vast chemical conglomerate that had absorbed numerous smaller firms. IG Farben represented the cutting edge of German industry, with divisions producing dyes, synthetic rubber, fuels, and pharmaceuticals. Within this corporate empire, Digesh and related firms occupied a niche, pest control products, which, under normal circumstances, were simply one component of a modern industrial society. It was precisely this ordinariness that made the transition to atrocity so chilling. The involvement of industry in the repurposing of Zyklon B illustrates a broader truth. Genocide required not only ideology, but infrastructure. Orders had to be placed, deliveries made, invoices processed. Gas chambers could not operate without supply chains, and those supply chains were managed by men and women who sat in offices, reviewed balance sheets, and signed contracts. Some may not have asked questions. Others may have known more than they admitted. But all participated in the machinery. Digesh licensed the distribution of Zyklon B to two main companies, Hertlinger, Heli, and Tesch and Stabenow, Testa. These firms handled sales, logistics, and customer relations. Testa in particular became notorious after the war for its direct involvement in supplying camps. Headquartered in Hamburg, it provided Zyklon B to Auschwitz, Majdanek, and other sites. Employees later testified that they knew large quantities were going to places where disinfection could not possibly account for the amounts ordered. The language of contracts, special deliveries, urgent shipments masked the reality but could not erase the suspicions. The profits were considerable. Contracts with the state guaranteed steady business at a time when war disrupted other markets. For distributors, this meant security and expansion. The alignment between commercial interest and state demand created a synergy in which asking too many questions could be both dangerous and inconvenient. Silence was rewarded with profit. Compliance ensured survival in a competitive wartime economy. In this way, commerce and ideology intertwined, each reinforcing the other point. One of the most revealing aspects of this story is the paper trail left behind. Invoices for Zyklon B shipments survived the war, documenting quantities delivered, dates, and recipients. These records became crucial in post-war trials, where company directors and employees were confronted with evidence of their participation. Some attempted to claim ignorance, arguing that they believed the product was used only for disinfection of clothing or barracks. Others admitted awareness, but insisted they had no choice under the pressures of dictatorship. Yet the records told their own story. Volumes delivered far exceeded what would have been needed for hygiene alone, and the destinations, remote camps with vast populations, were clear indicators of another purpose. The role of IG Farben looms large in this narrative. As one of the world's most powerful corporations, IG Farben was not merely a supplier but a partner in the Nazi project. Its factories were built near concentration camps, including Auschwitz, where forced labor provided cheap manpower. The conglomerate benefited from political connections and returned the favor by aligning production with wartime needs. Zyklon B was only one small part of its involvement, but it symbolizes the way industry could cross the line from neutrality into complicity. It would be simplistic to suggest that all industrial actors knowingly embraced atrocity. Some may have convinced themselves that their work remained within normal boundaries, that pest control products could not define state policy. Yet, even this self-deception illustrates complicity. By refusing to confront the obvious, by prioritizing contracts over conscience, these firms became active participants. The distinction between direct intent and willful blindness collapsed under the weight of their actions. The profits themselves, though financial in nature, carried human costs measured in lives rather than currency. Every shipment of Zyklon B delivered to a camp represented not only income for the supplier, but also preparation for mass death. Every invoice process translated into the possibility of another chamber filled, another silence imposed. It is here that the story of profiteers becomes inseparable from the broader history of Zyklon B. Industry was not a bystander, but a facilitator, turning chemical production into a weapon of destruction. At the time, Germany's chemical industry was celebrated for its modernity, efficiency, and innovation. Zyklon B was marketed as a marvel of pest control, safer and more effective than previous fumigants. The very qualities that made it attractive for agriculture, potency, reliability, and controllable release, were the same qualities that made it effective in the camps. Industry had produced a tool, and the state had found a new use for it. That boundary, once crossed, revealed how closely science, commerce, and ideology could align when profit and power demanded it. The story of industrial involvement in the supply of Zyklon B also opens wider questions about the nature of responsibility in modern society. In earlier centuries, acts of mass violence were often carried out with swords, muskets, or crude tools of war. In such contexts, the link between perpetrator and victim was immediate and visible. By contrast, the 20th century introduced layers of separation. Scientists in laboratories designed chemicals, factory workers filled canisters, office managers scheduled shipments, executives signed contracts. Each could claim to be merely a small cog in a vast machine, removed from the end result. Yet together, their actions formed the infrastructure without which systematic killing would not have been possible. One of the starkest illustrations of this reality came during the post-war trials, where industrialists sat alongside military commanders. At Nuremberg, a separate proceeding, often referred to as the IG Farben trial, addressed the role of corporate leadership. Though not all charges resulted in convictions, the very fact that businessmen were placed in the dock reflected a recognition. Atrocity was not only about ideology and orders, but also about supply and profit. In some ways, this was a radical idea, that men in suits, armed not with weapons but with ledgers, could be judged alongside generals and SS officers. The case of Tesch and Stabenow provides a particularly clear example. Directors of the company were prosecuted because records showed they supplied Zyklon B to camps with knowledge of its purpose. Witnesses testified that they could not have ignored the quantities involved or the destinations listed. The defense attempted to argue ignorance, claiming the product was always framed in terms of disinfection. Yet survivors and captured documents dismantled this pretense. In 1946, company director Bruno Tesch and another manager were executed after being found guilty of complicity in mass killings. Their trial was not only about their own actions, but also a symbolic moment. It declared that profit-driven collaboration carried consequences. The question of knowledge remains central. Could a chemical supplier in wartime Germany truly have remained unaware of the purpose of large shipments to remote camps? The answer, historians argue, lies in both scale and context. Zyklon B was not delivered in small quantities, as would have sufficed for barracks fumigation. It was shipped in bulk, at times directly to SS procurement officers, bypassing ordinary pest control channels. Moreover, by the mid-war years, rumors and reports about the special function of camps were widespread, even within industrial circles. To claim complete ignorance was to deny reality. Beyond direct suppliers, other firms profited indirectly. Construction companies built the chambers where Zyklon B was released. Logistics firms managed rail deliveries that carried the canisters alongside human cargo. Insurance companies underwrote facilities. Banks handled payments. Each step of the process involved organizations that might have insisted they were doing just business, yet each enabled the system to function smoothly. The banality of these roles, the ordinariness of offices, paperwork, and routine administration, illustrates how atrocity can be woven into the fabric of daily operations. The wider chemical industry, embodied by IG Farben, benefited immensely from the war economy. Its synthetic fuel and rubber plants were vital to the German war effort. At Auschwitz, IG Farben constructed the vast Buna plant, where tens of thousands of prisoners were forced into labor under appalling conditions. The connection between industrial ambition and human suffering was direct. Profits rose as labor costs fell, and labor costs fell because prisoners were treated as expendable. Zyklon B was only one facet of this larger picture, but it epitomized the way industrial resources could be turned to destructive ends. The complicity of corporations raises difficult ethical questions that extend beyond history. Can businesses claim neutrality in the face of state crimes? Should economic actors be held accountable for how their products are used? The Zyklon B case suggests that silence and compliance are not innocent. Profiteering, even without direct involvement in planning policy, becomes complicity when evidence of misuse is ignored. In the post-war world, these lessons informed later debates about corporate responsibility in other conflicts. Shaping international law and business ethics. One of the striking ironies is that Zyklon B itself continued to exist after the war. It was rebranded, redefined, and returned to its original role in pest control. This raised further debates. How should a product so deeply stained by association be treated in peacetime? Could it ever be considered a neutral chemical again? The persistence of its use in non-lethal contexts illustrated another unsettling truth. Technology itself is not inherently good or evil. It is the choices of humans, guided by profit, ideology, or necessity, that give it moral weight. The profiteers of Zyklon B often presented themselves as victims of circumstance. They argued that under dictatorship, refusal could bring ruin or even arrest. There is truth to this, but it does not erase responsibility. Some did more than comply. They facilitated, adjusted, and expanded production to meet new demands. In doing so, they crossed a line from survival to collaboration. The trials after the war sought to distinguish between coerced participation and voluntary profiteering, but history continues to debate where that line lies, reflecting on industry's role. One sees how genocide required not only hatred and command, but also bureaucracy and commerce. Without invoices, transport, and supply chains, the machinery of death could not have operated with such efficiency. By tracing the path of Zyklon B canisters from factory to camp, one follows the invisible threads that linked laboratory science to human tragedy. Each stage of that journey reminds us that atrocity is not carried out only by soldiers, but also by clerks, chemists, salesmen, and accountants. The legacy of these profiteers is a warning to later generations. Modern societies remain dependent on vast corporate networks, where products can be diverted, repurposed, or misused. The story of Zyklon B demonstrates that vigilance is required, not only among governments, but also within boardrooms and laboratories. Silence, when evidence of harm exists, becomes complicity. Profit, pursued without conscience, can become a weapon as deadly as any gun. Thus, the role of industry in the Zyklon B story is not merely a historical footnote. It is central to understanding how modernity itself, science, commerce, and bureaucracy can be turned toward destruction. It is a reminder that atrocity is not only about ideology, but also about infrastructure, and that those who enable, supply, or profit cannot evade the weight of responsibility. Chapter 12: Knowledge and Complicity. Who knew? and how much. The question of who knew about the use of Zyklon B as an instrument of mass destruction has long occupied historians, ethicists, and survivors alike. The issue is not merely academic. It probes the very heart of moral responsibility during a time when ordinary citizens, professionals, and institutions became entangled in one of the darkest chapters of history. Knowledge can take many forms: whispers, rumors, documents, or direct observation. Complicity, too, ranges from silent acquiescence to active participation. To examine the reach of knowledge is to examine the reach of conscience. Within the Nazi hierarchy, there was never full transparency to every member of the regime. The final solution was presented as a special policy, cloaked in euphemism and administrative jargon. Yet in practice, secrecy was not absolute. High-ranking officials knew not only the intent, but also the methods being used. Orders for Zyklon B supplies did not arise spontaneously. They were authorized, coordinated, and distributed through chains of command. The SS leadership, particularly those attached to the camp system, understood well the purpose of these canisters, but knowledge extended beyond the upper echelons. In occupied territories, rumors circulated quickly. Civilians living near major camps could not help but notice strange details. Trainloads of deportees arriving but rarely departing, smoke from crematoria, and the guarded compounds shrouded in secrecy. Whispers spoke of special treatment, a chilling phrase that masked a grim reality. While many did not know precise chemical details, they were aware that something unprecedented was occurring on a vast scale. Among the scientific and industrial communities, knowledge was even more specific. Chemists at firms that supplied Zyklon B would have been aware of its basic properties. Technical staff could distinguish between shipments intended for pest control and those diverted in unusual quantities to remote camps. This awareness raises the question: was such knowledge enough to constitute complicity? For some, silence was self-protection. For others, it was a conscious choice to turn profit into priority over human life. The German military, too, was not immune to awareness. Soldiers stationed near deportation routes, or assigned to guard duties, often witnessed the machinery of mass displacement firsthand. Some wrote letters home, using coded phrases to describe the trains and the destinations that swallowed people whole. Their words suggest that while censorship limited open acknowledgement, private conversations revealed widespread suspicions. The reality of entire families vanishing could not remain hidden indefinitely at the level of ordinary citizens. Knowledge was fragmented. Some Germans genuinely remained ignorant of specifics, distracted by war, propaganda, or the demands of survival. Yet others saw and heard enough to piece together a picture. A friend or neighbor disappeared. A synagogue stood empty. A Jewish business was shuttered. Deportations were carried out in public view, often with crowds watching. The official narrative painted these relocations as resettlements, but the growing absence of entire communities raised silent questions that in occupied Europe. Populations near camps like Auschwitz, Treblinka, or Majdanek faced similar patterns. The local Polish population, for example, often encountered deportees or escaped prisoners. Testimonies collected after the war reveal that many villagers had at least partial awareness of what the camps represented, though few grasped the industrial scale. In France, the Netherlands, and Belgium, civilians who saw their Jewish neighbors deported suspected that the official narrative of labor in the East was a deception. Yet suspicion did not always translate into action. Fear of reprisal and the machinery of Nazi control suppressed most resistance. Complicity took many forms. For railway workers, complicity meant continuing to operate trains packed with deportees. For postal clerks, it meant processing letters that masked the fates of the deported. For bureaucrats, it meant signing papers that authorized transfers or shipments. In many cases, individuals might argue they were only doing their jobs. Yet the collective impact of such ordinary tasks made the extraordinary crime possible. The killing process depended not only on gas canisters, but also on the vast web of paperwork and administration. The Allies, too, must be considered in this question of knowledge. Reports of atrocities filtered westward as early as 1941. Refugees, resistance fighters, and even intercepted German communications provided information about mass killings. Some details were vague, while others were chillingly precise. By 1942, governments in London and Washington had received reliable reports about the use of gas for extermination. Public statements acknowledged atrocities, but concrete action was limited. Political and military priorities overshadowed humanitarian urgency, leaving historians to debate whether more could or should have been done to eye in the camps themselves. The knowledge of Zyklon B's true purpose spread quickly among prisoners. Those assigned to work near gas chambers or crematoria knew with devastating clarity. Others, arriving by transport, encountered whispers of what awaited. The psychological burden of such knowledge was immense, for it left individuals trapped between despair and survival instinct. Testimonies after the war confirm that while newcomers often clung to disbelief, veteran prisoners could no longer deny what they had seen. The SS sought to preserve secrecy, yet their actions betrayed awareness of guilt. Orders to destroy documents, dismantle facilities, and even exhume mass graves during the retreat in 1944-45 demonstrate that they understood the magnitude of their crimes. One does not burn archives unless one fears accountability. The very effort to erase traces was itself evidence of knowledge that what had been done could not withstand moral or legal scrutiny. This duality of knowledge and secrecy illustrates the paradox of the genocide. It was both hidden and visible, denied and acknowledged. Those who wanted not to know could avert their eyes, convincing themselves that rumors were exaggerated. Those who chose to see could not escape the truth. The layers of awareness spread outward like ripples, from top commanders with full knowledge, to soldiers and civilians with partial glimpses, to distant observers with fragments of rumor. Each ripple carried moral weight. Complicity grew from these ripples. Some profited directly, others complied out of fear, and many looked away out of convenience. Silence was the most common form of complicity, and silence proved deadly. In the presence of such vast machinery of destruction, inaction itself became a form of participation. This reality is perhaps the most uncomfortable lesson, that atrocity does not require universal enthusiasm, only widespread compliance. As the machinery of genocide turned, the interplay of knowledge and denial became a defining feature of societies under Nazi rule. It was not simply a matter of who had access to information, but of how that information was processed, ignored, or rationalized. Human beings are skilled at avoiding painful truths, especially when acknowledging them demands action or personal risk. In this sense, complicity was not only about deeds, but also about silence. For industrial companies, silence often carried the weight of profit. The firm that distributed Zyklon B to the camps, operating through intermediaries, kept meticulous records. Business contracts, invoices, and supply chains were maintained with bureaucratic precision. Those involved could see the unusual scale of orders and the peculiar destinations, remote camps rather than farms or warehouses. Executives might not have been present at gas chambers, but they could not have failed to notice the divergence from ordinary pest control use. In later trials, some claimed ignorance, Others insisted they were misled. Yet the very nature of business oversight suggests that at least a portion of the truth was known and willfully ignored. Railway systems provided another case study of layered knowledge. Conductors, station masters, and engineers ensured that transports ran on schedule. These were not short trips. Trains carried thousands of people across countries, often under brutal conditions. Along the routes, locals saw freight cars crowded with human beings, peering through slats for air. The sight was unmistakable. Some railway workers whispered among themselves about what awaited these deportees, and rumors circulated of places from which no one returned. The euphemism resettlement to the east grew increasingly hollow. The wider German public encountered knowledge in fragmentary but persistent ways. Newspapers printed euphemistic reports of special measures. Soldiers on leave told stories in guarded tones. Letters from the front contained coded references. A few courageous individuals attempted to share the truth more openly. Members of the resistance circulated leaflets, such as the famous White Rose pamphlets, condemning the regime's crimes and urging citizens not to remain complicit. Yet such voices were rare and easily crushed. For most, fear of reprisal and hope for survival outweighed the burden of conscience. Still, complicity is not only judged by direct action, but by the cumulative effect of collective inaction. Had a larger portion of society refused to look away, the machinery might not have functioned with such smooth efficiency. Historians remind us that the Holocaust was not conducted in total secrecy. It was an open secret, visible enough to those willing to see, but veiled by denial for those who chose blindness. This dynamic remains central to understanding how entire societies can become entangled in atrocity. The Vatican and other religious institutions were also faced with the question of knowledge. Reports reached Rome, London, and Geneva describing the systematic annihilation of European Jewry. While some religious leaders spoke cautiously against atrocities, others remained silent, prioritizing diplomacy and institutional survival. After the war, critics questioned whether stronger moral leadership could have altered public perception or even slowed the killing. Supporters argued that outspoken protest might have led to harsher repression. The tension between speaking out and staying silent mirrored the moral struggle faced by individuals across Europe. International governments faced similar dilemmas. By 1942, the Allied powers had credible evidence that gas chambers were being used on a large scale. Intelligence reports, eyewitness testimonies, and underground resistance accounts painted a picture that was horrifyingly consistent. The United Nations War Crimes Commission eventually compiled evidence of industrialized mass killing while the war was still ongoing. Yet decisions about military priorities and political strategy overshadowed humanitarian interventions. The bombings of rail lines to Auschwitz, for example, were debated but never executed. In this way, knowledge without corresponding action created a global layer of complicity. For the victims, knowledge was a double-edged sword. To know what awaited could inspire desperate attempts to resist or escape, but it could also paralyze with despair. Many deportees clung to the hope that resettlement or labor camps awaited them, even when whispers suggested otherwise. The human mind resists the unimaginable, and genocide was beyond the scale of belief. Survivors often testified that even as they stood in line, even as they saw the walls of crematoria, a part of them refused to believe the full truth until it was undeniable. This human tendency toward hope, even in the face of overwhelming evidence, shows how knowledge can coexist with denial at the level of the individual psyche. The SS, meanwhile, institutionalized complicity through compartmentalization. Guards at the camps were trained not to ask questions, to follow orders without reflection. Many claimed later that they never entered the chambers themselves, that their role was only at the periphery. Yet the system depended on their presence, their obedience, their willingness to enforce. The act of standing guard as Zyklon B canisters were delivered was itself an act of complicity, whether or not they physically poured the pellets. The bureaucratic structure was designed so that each person could imagine their role as minor, detached from the ultimate outcome. But when multiplied by thousands, such minor roles became the scaffolding of genocide that in the final months of the war, as Allied forces advanced, the frantic destruction of evidence revealed the depth of knowledge among perpetrators. Entire camp complexes were dismantled. Documents were burned by the ton. Mass graves were unearthed and incinerated to erase traces. These desperate measures show that those involved were fully aware of the enormity of their crimes. They feared future accountability. They understood that the world, if it learned the truth, would not accept ignorance as a defense. The trials that followed the war brought the issue of knowledge and complicity to the forefront. Defendants frequently claimed ignorance, insisting they were mere functionaries. Yet prosecutors demonstrated how much was known, even at modest levels of the hierarchy. Train schedules, requisition forms, and supply contracts provided paper trails that contradicted pleas of innocence. Witnesses testified to overheard conversations, to rumors that were widely discussed, to instructions passed down in clear terms. The legal process forced a reckoning. Ignorance was not credible, and silence was not innocent. What emerges from this examination is a chilling reminder. Atrocity does not depend on widespread enthusiasm. It depends on layers of knowledge, fragments of awareness, and the willingness of ordinary people to comply or to look away. A few individuals resisted, some at great personal cost, but the majority accepted the regime's narrative or chose not to question. In that acceptance lay complicity. The story of Zyklon B's use cannot be told without confronting this moral landscape. The chemical itself was only a tool. Its true power came from the web of people, scientists, clerks, guards, civilians, who allowed its use to continue. Knowledge was everywhere, in whispers and in documents, in the smoke rising from chimneys and the trains rattling down the tracks. Complicity was not confined to the camp walls. It spread outward into every layer of society, across borders, into governments and institutions. To study this history is not only to examine the past, but to ask pressing questions of the present. What do we choose not to see? When do we allow euphemisms to obscure reality? How often do we excuse silence as safety, when in truth it feeds injustice? The legacy of knowledge and complicity in the age of Zyklon B is a warning that great crimes are made possible not only by those who act, but by those who fail to act. Chapter 13. The Fall of the Regime, Cover-ups and Destruction of Evidence. The last years of the war were a study in contrasts. On one side stood the collapsing might of the German state, battered by advancing Allied armies from both east and west. On the other side stood the machinery of annihilation, still working, still consuming lives even as defeat drew nearer. For those who orchestrated the system, the shadow of accountability began to lengthen. They knew that if the world saw what had been built, the truth would forever stain the regime's name. Thus began one of the most desperate campaigns of concealment in modern history, the attempt to erase the traces of Zyklon B and the system it served. The pressure for secrecy had been present from the very beginning. The gas chambers were never openly advertised. Their existence was wrapped in layers of euphemism. But by 1943 and especially 1944, the stakes had shifted. The German state no longer fought only to expand its empire, but to survive its imminent collapse. Defeat was not merely military. it carried the threat of exposure. Evidence, in the form of documents, buildings, and witnesses, had to be managed, silenced, or destroyed. The fear of judgment became as powerful as the fear of invasion. At Auschwitz, where Zyklon B was used on the largest scale, orders were issued to dismantle facilities as the Red Army approached. Entire crematoria complexes were blown up or reduced to rubble. The remains of structures that had consumed thousands were transformed into piles of twisted concrete and scorched metal. The act was not random destruction born of chaos. It was systematic, planned with the same precision that had once built the facilities. Blueprints were ordered to be burned. Files were shredded or thrown into furnaces. The very paper trail that had so carefully documented the functioning of the system was now seen as a liability, yet concealment was never perfect. Forensic traces have a way of enduring. Even when crematoria were destroyed, foundations remained. Ashes, buried hastily in pits or spread across fields, could not be entirely erased. Survivors, too, were living evidence, carrying memories that no fire could obliterate. The regime knew this, which is why the destruction of evidence was often accompanied by further acts of murder. Prisoners who had worked in Sonderkommando units, forced to handle Zyklon B deliveries and disposal of bodies, were themselves targeted for liquidation. Their survival threatened secrecy, and so their silence was pursued with the same ruthless efficiency as the erasure of documents. The cover-up extended beyond Auschwitz. At camps such as Treblinka, Sobibor, and Belzec, which had operated as pure extermination centers, entire sites were leveled. Buildings were dismantled, ground flattened, and in some cases, farms were built on top of the ruins to disguise the past. Trees were planted where gas chambers had stood. The goal was not only physical destruction, but the creation of plausible deniability. If Allied forces arrived and found only farmland, the story of systematic annihilation might be harder to prove. In these acts of concealment, one sees both cynicism and desperation, a last attempt to manipulate history even as the war turned irrevocably against Germany. Industry, too, sought to shield itself. Companies that had supplied Zyklon B began destroying records. Correspondence between executives and the SS disappeared in waves of hurried file purges. Factories that had once manufactured the pesticide under military contract tried to present themselves as innocent industrial firms, merely victims of wartime demand. But erasure was incomplete. Some archives survived, hidden or forgotten, later uncovered by investigators who pieced together the chain of complicity. In the fragments of surviving documents, the outlines of a vast collaboration became impossible to deny. Even in the destruction, there was an unmistakable pattern. The very efficiency that had powered the genocide was turned inward, toward the annihilation of evidence. Trains that had once carried victims now hauled away records. Engineering skills once used to design chambers were employed to calculate demolition. Guards who had once enforced silence in the camps now silenced potential witnesses. The machinery of secrecy mirrored the machinery of killing, reflecting the regime's obsession with control even in its death throes. As the Allies advanced further, however, secrecy became increasingly difficult to maintain. The sheer scale of the system defied total erasure. The Red Army, upon liberating Majdanek in July 1944, encountered intact gas chambers and crematoria. The speed of their advance had outpaced German efforts to destroy evidence. For the first time, the world saw the architecture of annihilation with its own eyes. Zyklon B canisters were found in storerooms, bearing industrial labels that revealed their civilian origins. Prisoners still alive testified to their function. Photographs taken at Majdanek circulated quickly, challenging those who might later claim the system had been a myth. This moment triggered further panic within the German leadership. If Majdanek could be exposed, so too could Auschwitz, Treblinka, and Sobibor. Orders grew harsher, deadlines shorter. Inmates were marched westward in brutal death marches, designed both to evacuate labor and to prevent witnesses from falling into Allied hands. Thousands perished on these marches, their lives sacrificed not only to ideology, but to the imperative of silence. The destruction of evidence was thus inseparable from the destruction of people. The two moved hand in hand, each feeding the other. By early 1945, the campaign of concealment was frantic. Berlin itself saw a purge of documents. Government ministries burned archives for days, creating pillars of smoke that rose above the capital. Citizens saw flames devouring files and sensed that secrets were being consumed. Yet amid the firestorms, Allied intelligence services managed to intercept and preserve caches of material. Some documents, overlooked or hidden, survived to become central pieces of evidence at later trials. The paradox of this phase of history lies in its futility. The regime's leaders believed that by erasing traces, they could escape accountability. Yet the very effort to destroy evidence testified to their awareness of guilt. Innocent systems do not fear investigation. It was in the desperate concealment, in the frantic leveling of camps and the liquidation of witnesses, that the world saw the clearest admission of crime. Their silence shouted louder than words. They knew what they had done, and they feared being remembered for it. The concealment of Zyklon B's role took on multiple layers, stretching from physical demolition to calculated propaganda. The regime not only sought to erase the gas chambers, but to blur the memory of how they had functioned. Orders were issued to frame the narrative. Deaths were to be explained as consequences of wartime shortages, epidemics, or Allied bombings. In the chaos of a world at war, these claims might have seemed plausible, at least to those searching for denial. The propaganda machine, which had once justified the system, was now repurposed to obscure it. Yet this rewriting of reality was not entirely convincing, even to its authors. In diaries and internal communications, German officials betrayed an understanding that the truth would one day surface. Some records reveal discussions about how posterity might judge them, how courts might interpret their actions. It is here, in the fear of future history, that one finds a certain dark irony. Those who once dismissed morality as weakness suddenly became obsessed with how morality would remember them. They were no longer only waging war against armies. They were waging war against memory itself. At Auschwitz, the final months were marked by feverish attempts to obliterate the infrastructure of annihilation. Crematoria 2 and 3, once the largest killing complexes, were dynamited in late 1944. Crematorium V followed in January 1945 as Soviet forces closed in. The remains of furnaces, steel reinforcement bars, and shattered chimneys lay scattered, mute but indelible evidence. Prisoners were forced to cover burial pits with soil, spread lime over human remains, and scatter ashes into rivers. But traces clung stubbornly to the landscape. Fragments of bone, chemical residues, and the smell of burned flesh embedded in the soil. Despite the regime's determination, the earth itself became a witness. Similar efforts occurred in camps further east. In Sobibor, the SS oversaw a final effort to plant trees over the site. At Belzec, they sought to disguise mass graves beneath layers of earth, using agricultural tools to flatten the terrain. In Treblinka, structures were dismantled brick by brick, carried away to be reused elsewhere. Yet none of these sites could be fully erased. Local populations, who had lived in the shadow of these places, carried knowledge. Their whispers and testimonies, even if suppressed during the war, resurfaced when liberation arrived. The cover-up relied on physical erasure, but it underestimated the resilience of human memory. Industry's role in this concealment remains a chilling footnote. Companies that had manufactured Zyklon B sought to portray themselves as unaware of its final use. Executives claimed ignorance, arguing that the product had been intended only for pest control. Yet the scale of deliveries, the special handling, and the SS contracts suggested otherwise. When defeat seemed certain, some firms attempted to distance themselves from the product, altering records or obscuring shipments under vague labels. But investigators later uncovered surviving invoices, sales logs, and testimonies from employees who had witnessed the deliveries. The paper trail, though partially burned, was not entirely lost. The concealment was not limited to physical structures and documents. It extended into the bodies and minds of those who had enforced the system. SS officers destroyed personal diaries, burned letters, and discarded uniforms to escape identification. Some fled under false names, blending into the chaos of post-war Europe. Others rehearsed alibis, preparing narratives that downplayed their roles. "I was only following orders" became the most repeated refrain, a phrase born in the smoke of burned archives. The destruction of evidence was therefore not only external but internal, woven into the stories people told to shield themselves from judgment. Yet for all the frantic effort, concealment failed in decisive moments. When the Allies entered camps such as Dachau, Bergen-Belsen, and Buchenwald, they encountered scenes too vast to be denied. Piles of bodies, warehouses of belongings, canisters of Zyklon B with clear markings, all revealed the scale of the system. Soldiers and journalists documented what they saw, producing photographs and films that would later shock the world. In those images, the attempt at secrecy collapsed. Reality asserted itself with undeniable force. Perhaps the most striking aspect of this phase is its futility. The regime believed that by erasing the instruments of death, they could rewrite history. But the very act of destruction drew attention. Rubble became testimony. Survivors, spared despite efforts to silence them, carried memories into courtrooms and classrooms. Even the demolished crematoria of Auschwitz were studied by forensic teams after the war, who reconstructed their design from fragments. The more the regime tried to bury the past, the more future generations dug to uncover it. The destruction of evidence also raises questions of responsibility. The decision to erase traces was not made by a single individual, but executed across layers of authority. From high-ranking officials in Berlin to camp commandants to guards with shovels, each played a role. Responsibility for secrecy was as widely shared as responsibility for the system itself. And in this shared effort lies another lesson. Concealment was not a spontaneous act of desperation, but a coordinated policy, reflecting the regime's deep awareness of its own guilt. By April 1945, as the Allies closed in on Berlin, concealment gave way to chaos. Documents burned in the Reich Chancellery while bombs fell outside. Trains carrying archives were lost in air raids. Witnesses who might have testified were executed in the final weeks. Yet the scale of the system was too vast, its traces too numerous, for erasure to succeed. When the war ended in May 1945, investigators were confronted with an enormous mosaic of fragments: ruined crematoria, discarded canisters, burned papers, and human voices. Each fragment, small in itself, became part of a larger truth that no amount of destruction could silence. The attempt to erase Zyklon B's place in history ultimately had the opposite effect. By failing, it highlighted the enormity of what had been hidden. The ruins of the camps became monuments not only to loss, but to the futility of denial. They stand today as reminders that history resists erasure, that memory survives even the most determined efforts to extinguish it. The gas that once represented silence now echoes through time, not as a hidden weapon, but as a warning, preserved in evidence, testimony, and memory. Chapter 14: Justice in the Aftermath, Trials and Testimonies. When the guns fell silent in May 1945, Europe lay in ruins. Cities were reduced to rubble, millions were displaced, and nations struggled to comprehend the devastation. Yet amid this destruction, another task began, one less visible but no less urgent: the pursuit of justice. The Allies, aware that the crimes committed had surpassed anything the world had previously witnessed, faced the question of accountability. At the heart of this effort stood the trials, proceedings that sought not only to punish but to document, to establish truth against denial, and to give voice to those who had endured. The story of Zyklon B, its manufacture, distribution, and use, was destined to surface in these trials. But the journey from liberation to courtroom was neither simple nor immediate. The first shock came with the liberation of camps like Buchenwald, Dachau, and Bergen-Belsen, where Allied soldiers encountered emaciated survivors and mass graves. Newsreels captured the scenes, spreading images of horror across the world. For the first time, a global audience was confronted with evidence of crimes that until then had been spoken of only in whispers or dismissed as enemy propaganda. The liberation of Auschwitz by the Red Army in January 1945, though less immediately publicized in the West, added further weight. Testimonies from survivors and the discovery of Zyklon B canisters among the ruins of crematoria revealed that industrialized methods had been employed. But even with such evidence, trials required structure. The Allies debated how to proceed. Should the defeated leaders be summarily punished, or should there be formal trials that allowed evidence and testimonies to be presented? The decision, influenced heavily by American and British insistence, leaned toward legal proceedings. The trials would serve not only to punish, but to create a historical record that could withstand denial. Thus, the International Military Tribunal was convened in Nuremberg in November 1945, an unprecedented attempt to hold leaders accountable for crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. The Nuremberg trials became the stage where the role of Zyklon B entered the historical record. While not every defendant was directly tied to the product, the system that had employed it was under scrutiny. Prosecutors introduced evidence of gas chambers, including architectural blueprints, SS correspondence, and survivor testimonies. Canisters of Zyklon B were displayed in court as physical proof. The prosecution's narrative emphasized that extermination had not been a series of isolated acts, but a coordinated policy, carried out with bureaucratic precision and industrial support. One of the most striking moments came when survivors testified. Their voices, often trembling yet resolute, cut through the courtroom's formality. They described the process of deportation, the arrival at camps, the separation of families, and the ominous path toward chambers disguised as showers. Their words painted a picture that blueprints alone could not convey. The mention of Zyklon B appeared not as abstract chemistry, but as lived terror. The hiss of pellets dropped into openings, the screams that followed, the silence that lingered. These testimonies were not merely evidence. They were acts of remembrance, countering the silence that the regime had sought to enforce. While the Nuremberg trials focused on top political and military leaders, subsequent trials targeted specific sectors of responsibility. Among these was the Zyklon B case, a lesser-known but deeply significant proceeding. In this trial, held before a British military court in Hamburg in 1946, executives of the German chemical firm Tesch and Stabenow were charged with supplying Zyklon B to the SS, knowing it was used in mass killings. Bruno Tesch, the owner, and Karl Weinbacher, his deputy, stood accused, along with Joachim Drossen, the company's gas technician. The trial confronted a chilling question. What was the responsibility of industry in crimes against humanity? Prosecutors argued that the defendants had gone beyond ordinary commerce. The deliveries of Zyklon B were unusually large, far exceeding requirements for pest control. The product was supplied in a form that facilitated its use in sealed chambers, with special training provided to SS personnel. Witnesses testified that Tesch had boasted of his company's importance to the SS, suggesting awareness and complicity. Defense arguments that the men were merely fulfilling contracts, that they had no control over how the product was used, fell flat in the face of such evidence. The court found Tesch and Weinbacher guilty, sentencing them to death. Drossen, however, was acquitted, as his involvement was deemed insufficient to prove intent. This trial was significant for several reasons. It established that responsibility for atrocities extended beyond uniformed perpetrators to the civilian and commercial sectors that supplied the machinery of death. It demonstrated that I was just following orders, or I was only doing business, were not defenses sufficient to absolve moral or legal guilt. And it highlighted Zyklon B not only as a substance, but as a symbol of how ordinary industry could be weaponized for extraordinary evil. Beyond Hamburg, other trials in Germany and Poland examined the role of camp officials who had overseen Zyklon B's use. At Auschwitz, commandants and guards were prosecuted, with evidence focusing on the scale of operations and the logistics of gassing. The Polish Supreme National Tribunal conducted major trials, including that of Rudolf Höss, the former commandant of Auschwitz. Höss's testimony was chillingly matter-of-fact. He admitted to overseeing the extermination of over 1 million people, detailing how Zyklon B was used because it was efficient and, in his words, practical. His statements, recorded and preserved, became some of the most damning first-hand confirmations of the system. These proceedings reinforced the importance of trials not only as instruments of justice, but as instruments of history. The Nazis had attempted to destroy evidence, to erase traces of Zyklon B's use, but the courtroom reconstructed the story piece by piece. Testimonies, documents, and physical remnants combined into a narrative that could not be undone. The legal process gave shape to memory, transforming fragments into a coherent account at the same time. The trials exposed the limits of justice. Not all perpetrators were brought to account. Many escaped, some blending into civilian life, others fleeing abroad. Some industrial leaders who had profited from wartime contracts managed to rebuild careers in post-war Germany. The Zyklon B case, while important, was exceptional. Many other firms involved in the machinery of war faced lesser consequences or none at all. Justice, though pursued, was uneven. Still, the trials marked a turning point in global consciousness. The concept of crimes against humanity, given weight at Nuremberg, reshaped international law. The testimonies about Zyklon B and gas chambers entered textbooks, documentaries, and collective memory. The pursuit of justice, even if incomplete, established that there could be accountability for mass atrocities, that the shield of orders or commerce could be pierced as the 1940s ended. Survivors carried their memories into a world eager to rebuild, yet reluctant to look back. For many, testifying in court had been both traumatic and cathartic. They spoke not only for themselves, but for the millions who could not speak. Their words, recorded in trial transcripts, became part of the permanent record. In this way, Zyklon B, once a substance of death and silence, became a catalyst for voices that refused to be silenced. The trials also set a precedent for future generations. They underscored the importance of documentation, of preserving evidence against denial. In decades to come, when skeptics and deniers emerged, it was to the trial records that scholars and educators turned. The testimonies, photographs, and exhibits preserved in courtrooms formed the bedrock of remembrance. Without them, memory might have been more easily distorted. With them, truth retained a foundation that could withstand attack. By the close of the first wave of post-war trials, Zyklon B had been transformed in public consciousness. It was no longer an obscure chemical, but a symbol recognized worldwide. The words themselves carried weight, evoking the shadow of the chambers and the memory of lives lost. Justice in the aftermath ensured that it would never again be dismissed as mere pest control, never again be separated from its history. The pursuit of justice after the war extended well beyond the headline trials of Nuremberg and Hamburg. Across occupied Germany, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and even in distant corners of the globe, proceedings unfolded against those who had been part of the machinery that turned Zyklon B into an agent of death. Some were high-profile commanders. Others were relatively minor figures whose names would otherwise have slipped into obscurity. Yet each trial, however small, added to a mosaic of accountability, demonstrating that the crimes of the regime had been carried out not by faceless abstractions, but by individuals who had made choices, often willingly. One striking example was the series of Auschwitz trials conducted in Krakow between 1946 and 1947. Here, the Polish Supreme National Tribunal put on trial 40 former staff members of Auschwitz. The testimonies revealed not only the administrative structure of the camp, but also the intimate details of daily operations, including the role of Zyklon B deliveries and procedures. Survivors spoke of seeing canisters transported, of hearing the ominous clatter as pellets were dropped through vents, of smelling the sharp chemical that lingered afterward. The tribunal listened as Rudolf Haas, already convicted at Nuremberg, described the systematic decision to employ Zyklon B over other methods. His testimony was both an admission and a grim confirmation of the scale at which chemical extermination had been conducted in these Polish trials. Sentences ranged from death to long prison terms. Some defendants attempted to minimize their roles, claiming they were unaware of the true purpose of the gas or that they had acted under orders. Yet survivor testimony often contradicted such claims. The very logistics of the camp, its special buildings, its elaborate procedures, made ignorance implausible. Judges confronted the unsettling reality that mass murder had been bureaucratized to such an extent that nearly every staff member, from clerks to guards, had contributed to the functioning of the system. Zyklon B, with its distinct place in that system, featured repeatedly as evidence of premeditated, systematic killing. The theme of industrial complicity also resurfaced in other trials, though with varying outcomes. At the IG Farben trial, held by the Americans in Nuremberg, executives of the chemical conglomerate were accused of crimes ranging from slave labor to supporting extermination through chemical supplies. While the prosecution highlighted the role of the company in enabling the regime, particularly at Auschwitz where IG Farben operated a massive industrial complex near the camp, convictions were relatively light compared to the gravity of the accusations. None were directly held accountable for Zyklon B deliveries, as the case had already been addressed in Hamburg. Still, the trial revealed the blurred lines between profit-making and participation in atrocity. forcing the world to ask uncomfortable questions about the responsibilities of corporations in wartime that in Britain and the United States. Smaller military tribunals prosecuted camp guards and administrators. Testimonies in these cases often mentioned Zyklon B indirectly, as survivors recounted the fear of the gas and the routines surrounding selections. Though the trials did not always focus on the substance itself, its presence hovered over proceedings, a grim reminder of the method by which millions had perished. The imagery of the canisters, the vents, and the chambers became shorthand for the system as a whole. As the years passed, trials continued sporadically. In the 1960s, the Frankfurt Auschwitz trials in West Germany reopened the story for a new generation. Survivors once again described the procedures of extermination, bringing Zyklon B back into public discourse at a time when some had begun to grow distant from the events. These trials, though criticized for convicting only a fraction of those involved, nevertheless reignited awareness. They demonstrated that justice was not merely a matter of immediate post-war reckoning, but an ongoing responsibility. Testimonies in Frankfurt were especially poignant. Survivors who had been young during the war now spoke as older adults, reflecting on both the immediacy of memory and the burden of carrying it for decades. Many recalled the sensory details with haunting clarity: the rattling of the canisters, the strange stillness afterward, the acrid odor that clung to clothing and hair. Such testimonies, though difficult to deliver, were acts of defiance against forgetfulness. They ensured that Zyklon B would remain not only a historical fact, but a lived memory passed down through narrative. Reflecting on these decades of legal proceedings, one can see how Zyklon B shifted from being a chemical compound to becoming an emblem of the Holocaust itself. It was not merely the mechanics of death that the trials revealed, but the way in which ordinary industry had been transformed into an accomplice of genocide. The Hamburg case, in particular, made clear that a line had been crossed when a product designed to protect grain or cleanse ships was knowingly diverted into mass killing. Those who supplied it bore moral and legal responsibility. The trials of corporate executives, technicians, and camp officials together created a layered understanding of complicity, yet the quest for justice was always shadowed by its limitations. Many perpetrators lived out their lives unpunished. Some rebuilt careers, others slipped into anonymity, and still others found refuge in distant countries. The uneven nature of accountability left survivors with mixed feelings. While the trials had established an undeniable historical record, they had not delivered universal justice. The image of Zyklon B canisters presented in courtrooms stood as proof, but for many victims' families, the absence of full retribution remained a painful void. Despite these shortcomings, the importance of the trials cannot be overstated. They provided the world with a structure to name crimes, to articulate what had been unthinkable. They gave future generations a record that could be studied, preserved, and taught. The testimonies about Zyklon B, in particular, became essential in combating denial. Whenever skeptics attempted to minimize or distort history, the trial transcripts stood as immovable evidence, detailing the use of gas not through rumor, but through sworn testimony, documents, and material proof. The legal legacy of these trials continues to influence international law. Concepts forged in the aftermath, such as crimes against humanity and the duty of individuals not to follow unlawful orders, have shaped courts in The Hague and tribunals for Rwanda, the former Yugoslavia, and beyond. In each of these later contexts, the memory of Nuremberg and the story of substances like Zyklon B hovered as precedents, reminders of how law could respond to industrialized atrocity. For survivors and their descendants, the trials were more than legal milestones. They were steps in the long process of remembrance. To testify about Zyklon B was to confront the most traumatic memories, yet it was also to ensure that those memories did not vanish. Each word spoken in court became part of a collective archive, preserved for classrooms, museums, and documentaries. The act of testifying transformed personal suffering into public memory, a bridge between individual loss and universal history. As the 20th century progressed into its later decades, the canisters of Zyklon B displayed in museums became silent witnesses, much like the transcripts of trials. They reminded visitors that behind the steel and paper, there were voices recorded in courtrooms, voices of survivors who had spoken despite the weight of memory. The trials ensured that Zyklon B was never reduced to an inert chemical in the annals of chemistry, but remained forever tied to the moral questions of complicity, choice, and justice. Thus, justice in the aftermath of the war was never complete, but it was essential. The trials of Nuremberg, Hamburg, Krakow, Frankfurt, and countless smaller proceedings transformed the narrative of Zyklon B into more than a story of chemistry or logistics. They made it a legal and historical reality, one that anchored remembrance in evidence and testimony. The pursuit of justice, uneven as it was, created a framework by which the world could confront the enormity of the crimes and reaffirm a commitment to memory. In the end, Zyklon B's role in these trials became a paradoxical symbol. It stood for silence and death, yet also for the voices that rose to challenge that silence. It stood for complicity and betrayal, yet also for accountability and truth. In the cold language of the courtroom, it was an exhibit, a piece of evidence. But in the larger moral narrative, it became something more, a reminder that even the smallest product, when weaponized by hate, can carry the weight of history. And that justice, though imperfect, remains one of humanity's strongest answers to atrocity. Chapter 15: Memory and Warning. The legacy of Zyklon B in history. When the Second World War ended and the full scope of the Holocaust emerged, Zyklon B became inseparable from the imagery of destruction. What had once been marketed as a pesticide, a substance for eradicating insects, was now indelibly linked to one of the darkest chapters in human history. Its very name, once familiar only to farmers, shipping companies, and warehouse managers, was transformed into a symbol of mechanized death. Over the decades that followed, this transformation has shaped not only how we remember the Holocaust, but also how we confront questions of ethics, science, and human responsibility. The legacy of Zyklon B rests on several interwoven strands: memory, warning, and education. At the center of this legacy are the survivors. For them, the word and the substance were not abstract. They were part of lived experience. Many survivors described how the presence of Zyklon B in the camps defined entire routines of life and death. The arrival of canisters, the rumors of their use, the fear that accompanied certain selections, all these became part of daily existence under Nazi rule. In testimony after testimony, Zyklon B appeared as a marker of dread, a reminder that survival could be ended at any moment by a process carried out with chilling detachment. In the years immediately after the war, survivors carried these memories into their communities. Some spoke openly, others held their silence for decades, unable to confront the trauma. But whether spoken or unspoken, the memory of Zyklon B lingered in their lives and shaped their families. For children of survivors, the word often carried a mysterious power, mentioned in hushed tones or avoided entirely. It represented not just history but an inherited grief, one that rippled across generations. institutions dedicated to remembrance began to play a central role in preserving this legacy. Memorial sites established at former camps often displayed empty Zyklon B canisters among their exhibits. The rusted metal, the faded labels, and the still visible corporate markings on these canisters became among the most chilling artifacts of the Holocaust. Visitors to Auschwitz, Majdanek, and other sites often report that seeing these objects produces a visceral response, a confrontation with the materiality of genocide. Unlike abstract numbers or distant accounts, the physical presence of a canister makes the horror tangible. It testifies not only to the deaths of millions, but to the bureaucratic and industrial systems that enabled those deaths. Museums around the world, from Yad Vashem in Jerusalem to the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum in Washington, D.C., have also used Zyklon B artifacts in their exhibitions. In these contexts, the canister functions not just as evidence, but as a teaching tool. Guides often explain to visitors how something designed for one purpose, fumigating warehouses or preventing infestations, was repurposed for mass murder. This transformation becomes a lesson in how ordinary tools, when placed in the wrong hands, can be turned toward unimaginable ends. It is a story of both technological innovation and moral collapse, and its telling is meant to encourage vigilance in future generations. The presence of Zyklon B in memory culture has also influenced how language itself is used. In historical writing, it has become shorthand for the gas chambers, the Holocaust, and the mechanization of killing. The phrase Zyklon B evokes not just chemistry but a complex web of images: sealed chambers, barred windows, canisters dropped from openings, and the silence that followed. Writers, filmmakers, and educators often use the term as a way to capture the enormity of the genocide without lengthy description. Yet this linguistic power also carries risks. Some fear that overuse might turn the term into cliché, detaching it from the horror it represents. For this reason, many educators emphasize careful, contextual use, ensuring that every mention of Zyklon B remains rooted in historical truth. Literature and film have also shaped the legacy of Zyklon B. In memoirs by survivors, references to the gas often appear sparingly, but when they do, they resonate with extraordinary weight. In fiction inspired by the Holocaust, authors sometimes wrestle with how to portray the unportrayable, often using Zyklon B as a symbol of industrialized cruelty. In cinema, depictions of gas chambers are rare, both out of respect for victims and due to the impossibility of capturing such suffering on screen. When filmmakers have chosen to include them, they usually focus not on the act itself, but on the anticipation, the dread, or the aftermath, leaving Zyklon B as a looming presence rather than a visual detail. This approach acknowledges both the need to represent history and the limitations of art in conveying trauma. Beyond memory and art, Zyklon B's legacy has shaped debates about science and ethics. The story of its use challenges assumptions about technological progress. Normally, chemistry is associated with improvements in human life, medicines, fertilizers, energy sources. Yet here was a chemical product developed for mundane purposes that became an instrument of mass death. This inversion forces scientists, ethicists, and students alike to consider how inventions can be misused. The legacy of Zyklon B is thus often invoked in discussions of dual-use technology, reminding us that tools are not inherently good or evil, but are defined by the intentions and contexts in which they are applied. Educational programs about the Holocaust frequently highlight Zyklon B precisely because it encapsulates this theme. Teachers explain to students that it was not a weapon designed in a secret laboratory for genocide, but a commodity, traded on the market, manufactured in factories, and delivered with invoices and shipping records. Its path from warehouse to camp demonstrates how ordinary systems of commerce can be bent toward atrocities when ethics collapse. This lesson has profound implications for modern society, where new technologies, from artificial intelligence to biotechnology, carry both promise and peril. Zyklon B stands as a warning that vigilance and ethical responsibility must always accompany innovation. In public consciousness, Zyklon B has also become entwined with the struggle against denial. Holocaust denial, though discredited, persists in fringe circles. One of the tactics of deniers has been to cast doubt on the mechanics of extermination, including the use of gas chambers. Against this backdrop, the evidence of Zyklon B becomes crucial. Documents recording deliveries, invoices signed by companies, testimonies of camp personnel, and the physical remains of canisters all serve as irrefutable proof. In trials, as well as in public debates, these pieces of evidence have often been presented to counter denial. The legacy of Zyklon B, therefore, is not only memory but also defense of truth against distortion. Internationally, Zyklon B has become a reference point in broader discussions about human rights and genocide prevention. When diplomats, scholars, or activists warn about early signs of mass violence in the modern world, they sometimes invoke Auschwitz or Zyklon B as symbols of what unchecked hatred can produce. The chemical has become part of a universal vocabulary of warning. Its history serves not only as a record of past crimes, but as a moral compass for present and future dangers. Even in the scientific community, the association of Zyklon B with genocide has created lasting caution. The companies involved in its manufacture faced scrutiny, and some were dissolved or restructured after the war. The lesson drawn from their complicity, that commercial interests cannot be separated from ethical responsibilities, continues to echo in debates over corporate behavior in times of conflict. Whenever companies today face questions about their role in supplying authoritarian regimes or conflict zones, the story of Zyklon B lurks in the background as a reminder of the stakes. For visitors to Holocaust memorials, the encounter with Zyklon B canisters often marks a turning point in their experience. Many describe the moment as one of chilling realization, that mass killing was not just a matter of ideology or politics, but also of mundane logistics. The presence of the canister demonstrates how a decision in a corporate office, a signature on a delivery form, and a routine shipment could culminate in unfathomable human loss. The legacy of Zyklon B, therefore, is not only in the memory of victims, but also in the moral lessons it forces upon the living. The role of Zyklon B in memory is further deepened by the way it represents the intersection of the ordinary and the extraordinary. On one level, it was a simple chemical compound, packaged and sold like countless other products of industry. On another level, it became the emblem of a system that sought to eradicate an entire people. This duality, ordinary product, extraordinary crime, ensures that it remains a powerful symbol. It reminds us that history's darkest events are not always fueled by exotic inventions, but often by the repurposing of everyday tools as generations pass. The question arises of how this legacy will endure. Survivors are fewer with each passing year, and soon there will be no living witnesses to speak firsthand about Zyklon B and the camps. The responsibility of memory thus shifts increasingly to institutions, educators, and descendants. Museums expand digital archives, schools introduce Holocaust education into curricula, and filmmakers seek new ways to retell the story for audiences distant in time. In each of these efforts, Zyklon B remains a focal point, an artifact that anchors abstract history in concrete reality. The challenge of memory, however, lies not only in preservation but in relevance. For younger generations, the events of the 1940s can feel remote, belonging to a world vastly different from their own. Educators must therefore find ways to connect the lessons of Zyklon B to contemporary issues. Some highlight the dangers of dehumanizing language, the risks of authoritarianism, or the responsibilities of science. Others emphasize empathy, encouraging students to see the victims not as distant figures, but as individuals whose lives were cut short by a system that turned a pesticide into a weapon. In all cases, the aim is to ensure that the memory of Zyklon B is not a relic but a living warning. The memory of Zyklon B has not only been preserved in museums and survivor testimonies, but has also entered into the legal and political dimensions of post-war justice. The Nuremberg trials, convened in 1945 to 1946, highlighted the role of corporations and individuals in enabling Nazi crimes. Documents about Zyklon B shipments and the companies involved in producing or distributing it were presented as evidence. These records helped demonstrate that the Holocaust was not the work of a few rogue individuals, but of a network that extended into industry, commerce, and everyday bureaucracy. Executives from the companies involved often tried to defend themselves by insisting that they were merely fulfilling contracts or unaware of the ultimate purpose of their products. But prosecutors emphasized that ignorance could not be an excuse when evidence of mass killings had already become widespread. The legal precedents established at Nuremberg have since been cited in numerous cases around the world, reminding us that complicity in atrocities is not limited to soldiers or politicians. The shadow of Zyklon B thus lingers not only as memory, but also as legal warning. Participation in a system of harm, even indirectly, carries responsibility. This legal legacy extended far beyond Germany. In subsequent decades, tribunals addressing atrocities in places such as Rwanda, the former Yugoslavia, and Cambodia often drew lessons from Nuremberg. In these settings, Zyklon B functioned as a historical reference point, an example of how seemingly ordinary commerce could become bound to crimes of extraordinary magnitude. International law absorbed this lesson, gradually building doctrines about corporate responsibility and the duty to prevent genocide. Another part of Zyklon B's legacy lies in public debates about how history should be remembered. Over the decades, controversies have occasionally erupted around the representation of the Holocaust in museums, textbooks, and films. Should exhibitions show graphic evidence? Should textbooks focus on political history, or should they highlight the mechanics of killing? Should films attempt to recreate gas chambers, or is that a line that should never be crossed? In all these debates, Zyklon B hovers in the background as one of the most difficult topics to approach. It is simultaneously essential to understanding the Holocaust and fraught with the risk of trivialization. Educators often face the delicate challenge of teaching about Zyklon B in classrooms. On one hand, it must be presented clearly, because without it, students cannot fully understand how industrialized genocide functioned. On the other hand, it must be presented sensitively, because the horror it represents can overwhelm or alienate younger learners. Many curricula therefore build gradually toward it, first introducing students to the rise of Nazi ideology, then to the persecution of Jews and other targeted groups, and finally to the mechanics of extermination. By the time Zyklon B is discussed, students have a context that allows them to absorb its meaning without reducing it to a mere chemical fact. The digital age has also reshaped how Zyklon B is remembered. Online archives, virtual museum tours, and survivor testimony projects make it possible for people around the world to engage with this history in ways that were once unimaginable. For example, Digital exhibits may allow a user to see 3D scans of Zyklon B canisters, to rotate them virtually, to zoom in on their faded labels. This level of access helps democratize memory, making it available to those who cannot travel to historical sites. Yet it also introduces new challenges, because the same technologies that preserve memory can also spread denial or distortion. Ensuring that accurate, respectful information about Zyklon B remains accessible in the digital era is therefore one of the great responsibilities of our time. The story of Zyklon B has also provoked reflection in the scientific community. Chemists, biologists, and engineers continue to use it as a cautionary tale. University courses in ethics sometimes assign case studies about Zyklon B, asking students to consider how they would act if their own research or products were being misused. These exercises encourage future scientists to anticipate the potential consequences of their work and to recognize that neutrality is not always an option. The story of Zyklon B demonstrates that when products can be applied to harm, silence becomes a form of complicity. For philosophers and ethicists, Zyklon B raises profound questions about the relationship between means and ends. Was the problem the chemical itself, or was it the human decision to use it for murder? Most argue that the moral fault lies not in the existence of Zyklon B, but in the choices of those who deployed it. Yet this distinction does not absolve society of responsibility. It instead underlines the importance of creating systems of oversight, accountability, and ethical reflection to ensure that technology cannot so easily be turned against humanity again. Beyond the academic and legal spheres, Zyklon B continues to haunt public imagination. In literature, it is often mentioned not as a detailed description, but as a symbol. Writers invoke it briefly, trusting that the word itself carries enough weight to evoke the entire system of killing. In poetry, a single reference to Zyklon B can serve as a devastating metaphor, compressing history into a few syllables. In this way, the chemical becomes less a scientific substance than a cultural shorthand for the extremity of human cruelty. The global dimension of Zyklon B's legacy also deserves attention. In many countries far removed from Europe, Holocaust education has included discussions of Zyklon B as a way of illustrating the universality of ethical lessons. For instance, in Japan, South Korea, and India, educators who teach about the Holocaust often highlight the mechanization of mass killing through gas chambers, and Zyklon B inevitably becomes part of the discussion. In this sense, the memory of Zyklon B is not confined to Europe or to Jewish communities. It belongs to global history, a warning relevant to all societies about the dangers of prejudice, authoritarianism, and unchecked technological misuse. Even in art and memorial design, the legacy of Zyklon B has left traces. Some memorials deliberately avoid direct references to the chemical, fearing that it might become too technical and distract from human suffering. Others include empty canisters in glass cases, making them focal points of remembrance. Still others, such as contemporary installations and conceptual artworks, use abstract forms, sealed chambers, ventilation grates, or industrial containers, to evoke the memory of Zyklon B without displaying the substance itself. Each approach reflects ongoing struggles over how best to balance memory, respect, and education as time passes. The responsibility of remembering Zyklon B increasingly falls to generations who never knew survivors firsthand. This transition creates both risk and opportunity. The risk is that memory could fade, reduced to a line in a textbook or a symbol stripped of meaning. The opportunity is that new methods, digital storytelling, interactive exhibits, even virtual reality, can bring the history to life for audiences who might otherwise see it as distant. In this process, Zyklon B can remain not just a historical detail, but a living lesson, embedded in the consciousness of future generations. The persistence of denial, however, ensures that the legacy of Zyklon B will remain contested. Conspiracy theories and falsifications circulate online, sometimes attempting to cast doubt on the existence or use of Zyklon B in extermination. Against this, historians and educators continue to present overwhelming evidence, from shipment records to physical remains of gas chambers. The debate is not one of equal sides. One is supported by mountains of documentation, the other by distortion. Yet the persistence of denial demonstrates why vigilance is necessary and why the memory of Zyklon B must always be paired with education. The symbolism of Zyklon B has also occasionally been misused in popular culture, where references appear in songs, graffiti, or extremist propaganda. Such misuses trivialize or distort history, turning a symbol of immense suffering into a tool for provocation. This trivialization has been widely condemned, and it serves as another reminder of the delicate balance in preserving memory. Too much silence risks forgetting, but careless use risks disrespect. Maintaining the gravity of Zyklon B's legacy requires careful stewardship by educators, artists, and cultural leaders alike. Ultimately, the legacy of Zyklon B can be summed up in a paradox. It was an ordinary substance that became extraordinary in its consequences. Its story forces us to confront how human beings, when guided by ideology and bureaucracy, can transform something banal into a weapon of terror. At the same time, its story empowers us to recognize the signs of danger in our own world. Whenever hatred grows unchecked, whenever technology is stripped of ethics, whenever commerce forgets humanity, the memory of Zyklon B stands as a stark warning. The responsibility of remembrance is not simply to recall the past, but to shape the future. To speak of Zyklon B today is not merely to recount what happened in the 1940s. It is to remind ourselves that vigilance is eternal, that the misuse of science and the dangers of indifference are never far away. Each generation inherits this responsibility anew. The canisters preserved in museums are not only relics, they are mirrors, asking us what we will do with the knowledge they represent as long as these canisters remain, as long as testimonies are recorded, as long as education continues. The legacy of Zyklon B will endure. It will endure not as a substance, not as a chemical, but as a symbol of what humanity is capable of at its worst, and of the vigilance required to ensure it never happens again.